So again, 16 seconds, and if everything stays the same right now, Bruno is in the lead by just a margin with one Shido less than the Czech Republic. The Italian really, oh, there's a lovely counter-attack there, but the clock's ticking away, and Bruno Emmanuel goes through to the second round of this men's 66 kilo category. And coming up quite shortly in the white gi from Sweden, Gourlay Frederic, and from France, Julien Ottavani in the blue gi. Sweden in white, France in blue. This is the men's 66 kilos of mat number 1. The first round of this weight category.
And in the blue judo gi, representing France, Julien Ottavani. And coming on to mat 2, in the under 73 kilos, in the white judo gi, representing the Czech Republic, Karel Husin. And in the blue judo gi, representing Israel, Toman Zakai.
Takedown there for France, looking to control there into the Niwaza, refereeing calling mate. Nothing really Pacific happening down there. I think it was a bit more caution to the wind as he drew his opponent down into the Niwaza, really having very little to back it up. Frederic Gourlay, 21 years of age, this young man. Gold medal in the under 23 national championships. European Cups, one junior gold medal in the European Junior Cups.
Coming on to match 2 now in the under 60 kilos. In the white juvigny, representing Belgium, Semifinal. And in the blue juvigny, representing Israel, Yaakov Abedpool.
So last 49 seconds. Spain trailing with 2 Shidos on the board. Still no score from either one of these athletes. Very, very close match indeed. Counter-attack there from the Israeli as Spain comes in for the Uchimata. And the time is ticking away there quite nicely for the Israeli as he looks for an opening there in the Niwaza. And a bit of time wasting, more or less. Tactical effort there from the Israeli with 16 seconds left on the clock. And Spaniard goes back to the corner, his side. A lot of energy still left. Totally wasted. A dropsy and Aggie there. Taking the Spaniard off guard, but yes, as he races back to the center of the mat, really that pace should be in the effort that he puts into the throws, and I think he's left it far too late to start coming back on that. So that's a win, a very convincing win. Bahima of Israel, who goes through to the second round of this men's 60 kilo category. So coming up now on mat number 1, they're still staying with the men's 60 kilos first round. Repechage of Slovenia in the white. Nate of Ghana in the blue. Great entry there with the drop Sianagi, but strongly countered with that pull back and straight into the Niwaza. Almost had the Osakomi there, the holding. Very well rescued from the Slovenian, but Slovenian looked a little bit surprised with that, the power of this young man from Ghana. So one Yuko on the board for Ghana.
On mat 2, the winner to 70 kilos from Belgium.
We have Nate, very, very strong indeed. And we're just trying to work out whether this is a younger brother of Emmanuel,
Coming on to mat
who
2 now in the under 60
resides
kilos. In the white judo gi from
in
Australia,
England,
Paul
has been
Abbas.
training for many,
And
many
in the blue
years
judo gi from
over in the
Hungary,
UK.
Repechage.
So again, 2.5 minutes left, halfway in this contest. And Nati leading with that Yuko, but he has got 2 Shidos on the board, but very, very strong athlete indeed. And Repechage really struggling against this very powerful young man indeed. But as we know with the Slovenians, they're very, very tough judo nation. A lot of experience behind them. And still 2 minutes is a long time in a contest, and you see he's really now piling the pressure on Nati. And I think it's just a matter of time that he either evens this up or wins this match. Still I would say on paper the stronger, and you can see some really nice niwaza, and Osakomi from a Sangaku turn. Nati now in a lot of trouble. Really sort of just fell into that, didn't really even see that one coming. Shows the lack of experience against the Slovenian. So it was just a matter, we said, just a matter of time, and Slovenia goes through to the next round for this men's 60 kilo category. And but a great attempt there from Nati. Had that one Yuko on the board. Very, very strong athlete, and with a little bit more experience. We'll be most probably seeing this young man do a lot better in future competition. That's probably at the Commonwealth Games he's building up for. But it's a great start here, and he gave a good account of himself for the day. But sadly, that's the end of the day for him. And Slovenia goes through to the next round. So we're coming up now, staying with the men's 60, but from Hungary. Buran Laszlo of Hungary in the white gi, and he's up against Gabek of Poland in the blue.
And coming on to mat 1 now in the under 60 kilos. In the white judo gi from Hungary, Laszlo Burjan. And in the blue judo gi from Poland, Repechage.
Burjan in the white gi from Hungary, Gabajik of Poland in the blue. So Shido now being awarded to Poland, so that's one each now. Again, both athletes looking very apprehensive indeed. If you've just joined us, I'm Loretta Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to Glasgow for the European Open. 90 competitors representing 24 countries over 2 days.
In the under 60 kilos. In the white judo gi from France, Kamel Mohammedi.
For Glasgow, City of Glasgow, a very important event for judo. First time in since '86, I think, since the Commonwealth Games when the world of judo came to Scotland. The first major international, I think, since, I think, ever. I don't think they've actually had an international event in Glasgow. I know they've had it in Edinburgh. They've had the Commonwealth Games, back in '86, and I believe they had a Junior European Championships back in '76 in Edinburgh. So, yeah. So for Glasgow, the first international judo event, and they're doing really well as hosting this event. It's a build-up for next year for the Commonwealth Games. And we have 90 athletes competing over 2 days. 24 countries. And hopefully later on joining me will be some of those stars. Some not competing, but some that will be. Ewan Burton and Ashley Mackenzie. Maybe even get a chance to get hold of Gemma Gibbons, an Olympic silver medalist who's also here supporting this outstanding event. And tomorrow we're going to maybe get an opportunity to speak to some of the future champions of Great Britain, some of our younger spectators that all come along today and tomorrow just to share their experiences here over the weekend. So Hungary taking the lead now with the Wazari with 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this match. Hungarians have produced some fine athletes over the years. The young one from Poland really struggling now with 3 Shidos on the board. One more would result in a hand Sokimaki. Kochigak from Hungary. 1 Yuko on the board now, so there's a Wazari and a Yuko.
I told them in the meeting and they confirmed. Sorry, who do I need to talk to? First one, yeah? First one.
So that was a very convincing win there for Hungary. Bujan goes through to the second round of this men's 60 kilo category.
On mat 1, the win to Laszlo Bujan from Hungary.
So coming up now, very, very excited for this crowd, and you can hear them already warming up to Colin Oates from Great Britain in the white gi, and he's with Alistair Ward of Canada. Now, again, this is a very interesting match indeed, and it'll be a good one for these two gentlemen to come together, especially with possibility of most probably meeting at the Commonwealth Games next year. And as we know, that is a very prestigious event for their countries, their hosting countries. So Colin Oates, an Olympian, outstanding athlete, and a hot favourite for a medal here today, and possibly even a gold. So there's no doubt about it. He's capable of taking the title here for the day. He's up against a very strong Canadian, Alistair Ward, who's in the blue gi. Colin looking to have a very strong grip there indeed. Opening attack. Good start for Colin.
Coming on to mat 2 in the under 73 kilos. In the white judogi representing Israel, Sagi Oki. And in the blue judogi representing the Czech Republic, Václav Sedmilubský.
And definitely didn't disappoint this crowd. That is just the warm-up that this crowd really needed. And they've all got these funny things that you clap together that are so annoying. I'd hate to be sitting beside any child that's got one of those right now. But and I'm sure by the end of this day we'll be wanting to dispose of those inventive, noisy, horrible things. But it creates an atmosphere and it wakes up everybody that's sitting right beside them. But wonderful start for Colin Oates and puts him in a good frame of mind for the gold medal here today in Glasgow. Well, hopefully joining me soon will be Ashley Mackenzie.
Coming on to mat 1 now in the under 66 kilos in the white judogi from Austria, Georg Reiter. And in the blue judogi from Spain, Carlos Casizruta.
So now we've got Reiter in the white gi from Austria. And Cáceres Roca of Spain in the blue. This is the men's 66 kilo category. Second round in this weight division.
On mat 2, the win to Václav Sedmilubský from the Czech Republic. Coming on to mat 2 now in the under 73 kilos. In the white judogi from Germany, Soshin.
Lovely drop Cianagi there from Reiter.
From Italy, Augusto Meloni.
Spaniard coming there looking for a turnover there. Seems a little bit untidy. Not managing to control too well down in the ground, and it'll only be a matter of time for a mate situation. Here we have it. The Austrian, as we know, the Austrians are very, very good down there in the Niwas, and he's looking for the Sangaku turn. As you see there, digging in, just a little bit untidy, losing control as he tried to rotate his opponent over. Yeah, she was down into the Niwaza. Perez looking slightly frustrated throughout this match, really not able to make his mark on this contest at all against this quite strong Austrian. Takedown there into the Niwaza, but again it was just a ploy to get him into the ground. He seemed very, very comfortable indeed down in the groundwork. 2 Shidos on the board, 1 each. A minute and a half left in this contest, very close indeed. If you've just joined us, my name's Loretta Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to Glasgow for the European Open. 90 competitors representing 24 countries. And we're looking at the weight categories today: 60 kilos, 66 and 73s. And we're right now on the second round of the men's 66 category. So 16 seconds left, and it's looking like Spain could go through to the next round, even though it looked like the Austrian was dominating quite nicely throughout this match. Looked the stronger of the 2 opponents, but 8 seconds to go, and he really does have to go some now. He's picked up that 1 Shido that now puts him in a very poor attack, totally wasted, and capitalized quite nicely for Spain, who takes the place in the 3rd round of this men's 66. And he'll be meeting Colin Oates later on in the 3rd round. So coming up now, again, to wake this crowd up and to get a little bit of atmosphere is Nathan Burns. Cracking athlete, this young man. A lot of potential for Great Britain. Outstanding performances this year already. Pan American Open, took a silver medal this year, and also under his belt 2 bronze medals in European Cups for 2013. So he's had a great year so far, and we'll be looking for another medal here in Glasgow. 2 very strong athletes from Great Britain, Colin Oates and Nathan Burns. Colin being the number 1 in the country, Nathan in the British Championships in Sheffield took a bronze medal. But he's up against a tough opponent. And that's Bruno that we saw earlier on in the first opening match from Italy. The Uchimata that the Italian has. Nathan drawing his opponent down into Niwaza. There's the Tomonagi for Nathan as he scrambles up onto the top, looking for the Jujikatami, trying to draw his opponent back into the contest area, but the Italian having none of it. But a great start there for Nathan Burns. Manuel Bruno, already one match under his belt, so they've already had that warm-up. Great drop Seoinage again, very fast indeed. Sadly no finish to it, but the Tomonagi's there and the Jujikatami was hoping for, but just slipped out.
In the under 73 kilos. In the white judo gi from Russia, Igor Rybin. And in the blue judo gi from Australia.
So Shido's been awarded now for Emmanuel Bruno. A little bit slower pace. Nathan a little bit too fast for him in the opening seconds of this match. Really has taken him a little bit by surprise. Very unsettling start for the Italian. I suppose that was predicted from Nathan, who's a very fast, explosive athlete. Very sharp. The speed of his entry into most of his attacks are very, very good indeed. So he's looking there for the Niwaza, and he's very competent down there in the ground. Looking, trying to get past those very long, gangly legs. As you can see, he's working his way up to the upper part of the body, which the most important thing is controlling that head. But the Italian holding quite firmly with those sleeves, not an allowing. Oh, and a lovely Makakomi there for Wazari. Could have easily been Ippon. But a Wazari being called. As we're saying, very fast indeed as he came in there. Looked as if he was going for a drop. The arm was higher, came in for the Makakomi. Over there, wrapping his opponent over and getting a Wazari score. So that puts Nathan Burns in a great position right now with 2.5 minutes halfway through this match already. And the Italian, a very strong controlling grip there. Nathan's head going down, so he might pick up a Shido here. But very lucky indeed. Posture not looking so good, looked very negative indeed, but just due to a very strong grip from the Italian. As again he draws Nathan down and the head comes down, and again doesn't look very good at all. And a Shido will be awarded this time. Very poor drop, so he's just losing a little bit of control here in this contest. He's a Wazari up. He's still got 2 minutes. A Taitoshi there, rotating his opponent over, scoring a Yuko. Now he's looking for the Niwaza, but that leg is just caught between the legs of the Italian, so he's not giving too much strong leverage on the arm, leaving it too wide and too easy for the Italian to escape. But he's changing it now for the Niwaza. Looking for the hold down. As he tries to rotate his opponent over, but while he's working there, the clock's ticking away. So now there's a Yuko and a Wazari on the board for Nathan Burns. Emmanuel Bruno has really got to start changing the pace of this contest. Italian very tall indeed, slight height advantage over Nathan. His long legs, and again another drop to the knees from Nathan. He's got to be very careful with that. He'll be okay with the with the Italian in this match, but up against a much stronger opponent could cost him dearly. So Nathan with the second Shido. As we know with the contest rules, you have to keep engaging into the contest. Can't just hold on to a result of a Yuko and a Wazari. He has to keep fighting. Otherwise he could find himself in a Hansokumaki and disqualification of this contest. But I don't think Nathan's daft enough to be able to do that. But he's now working in the Niwas there, trying desperately to get that leg out from between the legs of the Italian for the hold down, but didn't have the control in the upper part of the body. So into the last minute, 49 seconds of this contest. Nathan Burns won Wazari and a Yuko, but he's also got 2 Shidos on the board as well to his name. Tomonagi attempt there from Nathan, nicely controlled. Very, very good, uses his feet like another set of hands down there.
Coming on to mat 2 now in the under 73 kilos.
Chris Bowles, the men's senior coach,
and in the blue judo gi,
former Olympian himself. Again, a drop Cianagi, but a little bit untidy down there. They were saying in this match, you can get away with it, but in later stages of this contest, when the competition becomes harder, that will cost him dearly if he fights like that. So, but he's got this match over and done with. He moves through to the third round of the men's 66 kilos.
On mat 1, the win to Nathan Burns from Great Britain.
So now coming up, Van Gesbeek of Belgium in the white gi, and he'll be up against from Israel, Amogo Almog of Israel in the blue. Oh, goodness me there. A gutsy attempt at the Uchimata, but totally missed the leg. And that could have cost him dearly.
So good morning, everybody. It's Lance Wicks here, just covering for Loretta for a little while. Those of you just joining us, this is the Glasgow European Open. And we're watching mat 1, the under 66 kilo category. Down on mat 2, you can choose to go down there. We've got that's the under 73 kilos. Almog Israel picks up a Shido. That evens it up, so it's a Shido apiece. The Belgian there going around the outside. I'm going to trap that leg. Belgian holding the wrist, comes up, grips over the top now, throws in a couple of attacks. So this is the first time the European Open's been held here in Glasgow in Scotland. Belgian again goes over the top. Uses that over the top grip quite well there to block out that drop Sioi. Timmy was it? Nice attack. Picks up Wazari. So the Israeli takes the lead with 2 minutes to go. It's a bit of a pause. There's quite a young field at this event this year. Almog probably isn't a name familiar to most of you who watch. So really coming into the international scene.
From Italy.
As the players tidying themselves up.
Coming on to mat 2 now.
So that's only I think that's probably his fourth match this year, at the international level. So that's, I think there's quite a young, it's got a fairly good contingent, but quite a young contingent from Israel. So the Belgian takes that one, moves through to the next round. So shortly we'll be joined by, Loretta's going to come back. In a very short while we'll be joined by Ashley McKenzie, who will spend some time talking to Loretta.
And in the blue judogi from Spain,
But until then, we're going to stay here. So a small problem there, if you're wondering why they've just called a stop to it. The scoreboard operators are just getting the scoreboard right. Down on mat 2, we've got another Israeli. And he's up against an Australian. And that's in the 73 kilos. Up here in the 66s. Flicker of Israel versus Uriarte of Spain. This isn't the Uriarte you've probably seen before. This is Uriarte Marcos. So again, like I was saying earlier, this is quite a young event. A lot of young teams. People bringing in their players after 2012, we guess. Cigar Uriarte. If we look back at his record, he's only young, under 23. So he's the under 23 champion. Won that last year. And he's won some regional stuff in Spain, but we haven't really seen him out and about. It's our Flicker of Israel. Again, young, 21 years old. So like I say, I'll be covering here as these two have 2 minutes 40 left to go, and we'll be joined shortly by Loretta Dahl will rejoin us, and we'll be joined by Ashley McKenzie as well here in the studio. Until then, just keep following the action here in the under 66 kilos.
And welcome back. I'm Loretta Doyle on behalf of the European Judo Union. Welcome to Glasgow for the European Open, and I'm delighted to say joining me now is Ashley McKenzie, a real superstar for Great Britain.
Hello,
Hi,
how are
Ashley.
you?
I'm fine, thank you. And what do you think of the judo so far?
It's been good. I must say the Israelis looking pretty strong out there. Quite big throws. as you know they do. Coming up is Lewis Keeble, what will be a really interesting fight. He had him Jasper in the bronze fight of
Lefevre,
Liverpool,
Yes, so
and he
this-
lost to him. So first round, tough fight. I'm gonna go for Keeble.
Yes, because both of these gentlemen have had a bye for the first round, so they're straight automatically put into the second round and working through to the third position. So, and obviously we've seen already Colin Oates and Nathan Burns both having outstanding performances already in this way. What a strong weight category of Great
It
Britain,
is,
isn't it?
It's quite good for us personally. Colin's been on top form.
Oh,
He's been
had-
amazing from Olympics onwards.
He's
He's
just
just getting stronger.
He's growing, isn't he, as an
I think
athlete?
he's found his judo and he's not stopping,
But-
if I'm being honest.
I've got a real soft spot for Nathan Burns. I think he's such a nice lad,
He is.
on and off the mat, isn't he? He's a gentleman of
He's
judo.
in my club, Camberley Judo Club. We all fight together, and he goes 100% on everything he does.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he runs, the way he eats.
He's a professional, isn't he?
The ultimate professional.
Yeah, and that comes over on the mat as well. And obviously, he's not as experienced as Colin Oates. You can already see that there is a level there. But he is coming very fast behind him, isn't he? He's
Yes,
really
100%.
he's creeping up there already.
He's doing his steps really fast
Yeah.
and jumping a couple. I think that's due to the fact that he just trains and how he trains. He's amazing, and I think the results count. You know what I mean? And we'll hopefully see him medal today. It'll be nice.
It would be.
to
It
get
would
an
definitely
award.
be nice to see him medal. He puts the work in, and when you see someone that gives 100%, you always want to see some reward at the end of the day.
100%.
But we know what judo's like. It can be so cruel at times. Everyone comes here to win a medal.
Yeah,
But sadly,
definitely.
there's only 4, isn't there?
Yes.
And you've been on that position, and we've been there before many, many times that you come in, you put your heart and soul into it, and have to walk away with the heartache of just it not being enough for that day,
No,
that particular
it's
time.
Definitely true. All the hard work and then just get beaten first fight, and it's all about the warm up as well. If that don't go right for you, and then the weigh in, and it's quite a lot of judo, and it's not just about being the best. Be the best. The best actually lose as well.
Exactly.
So,
And you can. I'm always a great believer what you see in the first match is how someone performs that first match is how their day's going to be, isn't
definitely,
it?
100%.
And
100%.
Colin Oates, for me,
He's gonna
has
win it.
been he's going to win it, isn't
I
he?
reckon he'll win it.
I think so. He's been out there. He oozes professionalism all the way. He oozes talent, and he is so hungry out there to win, isn't he?
I think this will probably be if he wins this today, his second World Cup. I think he won one back in 2010, if I'm being correct. I'm not too sure. But other than that, coming up right now is Lewis Keeble and
Lewis,
Jasper.
yeah, and everyone out there will know who we really are hunting for. But yes, he's up against, though, a very, very tough opponent from Belgium in the white, Lefevre. And so Lewis Keeble obviously wanting desperately to show the strength that he has in what is a very, very tough weight category for Great Britain. All these 3 athletes that are in right now are all really edging away for the top spot. But I think at this moment, Colin Oates seems to be just topping it at this moment. The strength is there, and that maturity, and obviously the experience he's already gained from the Olympic Games. But he's
100%.
there to be beat, and that's what it is. When you're at the top, there's only one way to
down.
go. and it's maintaining it, isn't it? The
It is.
pressure.
It
So the
is.
pressure is on Colin, but let's
Definitely.
see Lewis Keeble out there. Fevre.
Lewis does look calm.
He's controlling well. Lovely Uchimata there. You always get a little bit concerned as they come in for the Uchimata, they try to swing back out.
Yes, for the camera.
It's a dangerous situation, isn't it? And we've seen him do that a couple of times, and he's come unstuck with that. So he's got to be very, very careful, because Fevre he's a good athlete. Again, a lot of experience under his belt from Belgium. Oh, there, and a lovely attack Kosota as it goes down into the Niwaza. Now, Lewis did well to rescue that, but maybe a bit of a wake-up call for him. Now you've obviously practiced. Oh, lovely, yes. And a Yuko, you would have thought, or at least a Wazari of that.
At least it was Ari.
And Ashley, for those that don't see, Ashley's already standing up, being a referee with his hand up in the air, showing for Ippon.
I thought it was a pun personally, but
It definitely was worth more than a Yuko. I would have said.
Technically, they say a big spin out now is
Ippon.
an Ippon.
You're right there with the rules. But it has been upgraded to a Wazari, but it's a great start.
It's going to be an amazing fight ahead of us.
This is going to be exciting now, and it's got to boost the confidence now of Lewis Keeble. Left-hander, the Belgium is, and he's looking for that Koso Ochigari. And again, a lovely turn down, breaking into the Niwaza. Oh, yes!
Now that would be Lewis for you. I've had that many times in training.
So you've been on the receiving
yes, I've
end
been
of
on the
that.
receiving end of that one.
Again, that left hand up and looks for the Ashiwaz of the Belgium. And he comes, oh, and that is Ippon. Oh, no.
No.
Now, he did show that. We could see that earlier on with the Ochi, the Kosota, and that sticky foot as he controlled Lewis Keeble so nicely there for the Ippon.
It's a pretty shame because Lewis has just come back from Japan.
Yeah.
He's had quite a lot of training
And
out
when did he come back from Japan?
He came back last week.
So do you think there's a possibility of trying to climatize, coming back, and the jet lag?
I'm not too sure about that, if I'm being honest. But at the same time, Japanese got wide open judo where
It's so different.
Jasper's quite strong and intense, so it's two completely different judokas.
And that's what you find a lot of the time. Over there myself training in Japan, and it is the sort of openness and the purity of the judo that you have in Japan, and you have a lot of randoris that you can get into a randori mode, can't you, if you spend so long out there.
They do hours.
And you do not time to come back. You need time to adapt back into a European style and a real fighting style, because it is very, very different. And you do find that it takes a couple of weeks just to climatize and come back into the European style that we have.
100%.
So
I think it's quite hard for Lewis, as Lewis hasn't had many tournaments behind him. But hopefully now he'll learn from that and grow from it.
So we've got now Poland in the white, and he's up against Sweden. Now, Gole Fredrik, he had a great outstanding match early in the first round. So he's on form today. So it'll be interesting to see.
I think I'm going to go for Poland due to the fact that I actually fought him in a team tournament.
Zagrodnik, yeah.
And he showed me how to do a bit of judo.
And is that a polite way of saying it?
Yes.
He gave you a judo lesson. All right, well.
It's a polite one. There's Jan on the 73s on the other mat.
And again, Jan, an outstanding performer. I've watched him in many European Cups this year, and he's just seems to be growing from stronger and stronger.
He has really good Newaza. Really good.
Another gentleman in judo, but a real professional in his training, hasn't he? He's got that professional edge. There's a nice group within the British judo now of the men's team,
yes,
isn't it?
Yes.
And you've got a new coach, you've got Chris Bowles, and that's really the driving force and the power behind it.
Yeah, he's a good motivator, I must say. He is a good motivator. And we've got a good team around him, and that's the main thing. Obviously personal coaches like Luke and the others were pretty good as well.
And people like Luke Preston, he's been around for a long, long time at Olympic level, and he has a lot of experience behind him, not only as a coach, but also as an athlete himself. And again, a nice guy. He's very, the thought process behind his coaching is very, very deep, isn't
yes,
it?
definitely, 100%.
Where you've got Chris
technical
Bowles is
side
a
and
motivator
motivator.
and he's a pusher, and you've got the best of
best
both
of
worlds.
both worlds, 100%.
Now, what sort of judo lesson did this young man from Poland give you then?
I think he threw me with a kata groomer, a one-handed kata groomer, kind of rolled me.
Yeah.
Colin was injured the fight before against, I think, France. Yeah, France got injured against, who was it? Not Koval, other one. Short,
Oh, goodness me now. From
France.
France.
Maybe number 2 at the moment, number 3. 6'6".
Oh, he's on the tip of my tongue. I know who you mean. I can't think of the name, but it will come back to us. Now that's going to be one that's going to be there. And eventually I'll find out. And it'll
LaRose.
totally. That's it, LaRose.
So he got injured to
David
him.
LaRose, yeah.
David LaRose got injured to him, and I had to fight the next fight. And it's for our bronze, actually. And we fought Poland, and I think we lost 3-4. And I was one of the losers, unfortunately. But I fought 66, so...
But it's a team effort,
Yes,
isn't
it was
it?
a
It's
team
all
effort.
a team. Oh, look, there's some nice bit of movement there. So Grobnik is now leading with 1 Yuko on the board. And he's looking there to do some nifty niwaza. He was catching the bottom of the jacket there to tie up that arm. So what's your next competition now for you?
I think it might be the Asian tour,
Right.
Abu Dhabi, or I might be going to Japan,
Right.
Grand Slam. I don't really know at the moment. My federation just deciding what I'm allowed to do, what I'm doing.
Right.
So from there, I'm just trying to have a big training block at the moment and
Good.
just trying to train.
So put all the hours in
put
now
all the
to
hours
prepare.
in. So when I do step on the mat, or I might even start next year. I don't even know yet.
Yeah.
See how the
But sometimes to
goes.
get an opportunity to have a spell of real hard training
intense.
behind you, intense training, your weight control, also the power conditioning work, strengthening work that you need. Sometimes with all these tournaments, you don't get the amount of time required to build yourself up.
It's
You're
100%.
constantly watching your weight and fighting it. And
It's
there's
not really like football, is it? There's no
There's
break
no-
in judo.
There's no seasons to it. It's
Yeah.
it's all year round.
It's how you peak and how you come down from the peak. And
But that's
to
why
be fair,
judo.
I don't think I've had a holiday in about 3 years.
I thought your life was always a holiday, Ashley.
I always thought that until I got told.
It was one long big holiday for you guys. Now you've also got you've got Patrick Dawson here.
Who's
So we'll just switch across to Patrick Dawson here, who's one of the local boys. He's Edinburgh based, a young athlete that's coming up and coming, and he's up with Sanchez of Spain in the blue.
he has also had a big training block at the moment. He come from Japan as well.
Yes, there was a few boys from Scotland, and again, what they're setting their sights on. Obviously, this is an important event, and all the other European and World Cups and events that are coming up from. But the major event in Glasgow next year is the Commonwealth Games, isn't
100%.
it? And we know that there is European Championships, World Championships, the European Cups, World Cups, Grand Slams are very, very tough indeed. But because it's a multi-sport event, it's what comes with the Commonwealth Games, isn't it? The
Definitely.
prestige of the recognition that your sport will gain, and you as an athlete will gain from winning that title. So it is really a career stepping movement, isn't it, to win
100%.
that?
Yeah,
And
amazing to win
I've
it.
known that for myself personally, that you can be world champion and you go and win the Commonwealth Games, which is nowhere near the same level, but it just because it's that multi-sport environment and everybody within the Commonwealth countries are watching it with interest, and you're fighting for your country. So, and your home country. So you'll be competing for England.
Yes, definitely. Definitely England proud. Man, hear me.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of
Gonna
Scots
say,
out there
there
going,
will be.
right, get him off.
There will be.
But there is this rivalry. It's it's healthy rivalry.
Yes,
but
it's
there
good
is.
rivalry as well because we're in the team together as well.
You're
so
part of a team, which is nice. Great Britain, and you gel together, whether you're English, Ireland, Irish, Scottish, or Wales. But when it comes to the home country events, there's so much pride and passion, isn't there? And that's what
100%.
makes that atmosphere and that creates that a real nice feel, I think. And it's good for your own home countries as well, because it profiles a multi-sport event like the Olympic Games profiles judo, and that's what we need.
Totally, especially in Britain, especially it's not the biggest sport going, and it's just nice to get it out there if we do get a couple golds.
Well, all the publicity is important for our sport because it is a minority sport when we're up against like cycling, football, rugby.
Yeah, 100%.
Sports like this that do get the recognition and the profiling. And you've done your a good bit for judo overall, really, with the big brother and things like this. And
I've done my fair
I must
share.
admit, I was very impressed indeed that you coped being isolated for so long in that big brother house, and I was very, I was very proud of you indeed.
Thank you, thank you. It was really hard, I must say.
Oh goodness me, I don't think I could have coped. And the constant big brother looking down at you all the time. How you managed to mind your P's and Q's amazes me. Just shows what you're
my mum
capable
was
of
very
doing.
proud. That's all
I
have to
bet
say.
your mum really was. Well, I was proud of you as well. But have you found that sort of exposure?
It's good because of a weekends I can do like celebrity events, and it just takes my mind off that judo. Constant, always doing judo, and it's just a different life for me. It's helped me.
But what
ways.
it's done as well, you're still the Olympic athlete, the Olympic judo athlete, and really it's now your job. You're representing British judo, you're representing the world of judo, profiling judo to people that know nothing about the sport, and that's what's quite important for us.
It is. Coming out of the Big Brother was quite mad. Like my Twitter followers only like 2,000-3,000, and then I've gone up to shoot up to 37,000. It's like, whoa, like you don't realise how many people actually watch you and look at you and follow you. So I know now I've got an important role, and I try to
a major important role, because
do the best.
Because there's a lot of even the children that I teach in Edinburgh and in Glasgow and the West Coast. Obviously, you're a household name like Brian Jacks was with the Superstars.
Yeah.
Everyone knows Brian Jacks for being the Superstars and eating oranges and doing squat thrusts and all sorts.
Yeah.
But and you're for the Big Brother, and we've got about 11 children, 22 children, I should say, coming tomorrow to watch. And the first thing they're all saying is, Gemma Gibbons there, and will Ashley Mackenzie be there? And I'm going, yes, and I'm sure you'll be able to see him. So they're all looking forward. You've got a fan club turning up tomorrow, all desperate to see you.
Let's get my pen out.
Yeah, you better get your pen out, and you better make sure you've got a clean shirt on. But we've got Patrick, and he's really working his heart and soul out there. He's got 1 minute, and he is in the lead. Sanchez has got that Shido on the board, but we know that could all change. But again, the Niwaza there, he's tying up that arm quite nicely, and he's got to get the leg out, but it's a great bit of Niwaza there. And the thing is, in something like Big Brother, you actually met some people outside of judo.
Yes.
That you would have been very overwhelmed by that.
The Mobos tonight.
Oh, do you need a partner?
Yes, I might need.
Because I can hold your hand. I can pretend I'm your mother.
And it is in Glasgow as well, what's actually pretty ironic.
I know, it's amazing. Oh, wonderful. And that's a great start for Patrick Dawson and for Scotland. And as you can see, everybody, those plastic things that I'd hate to be sitting beside someone who's shaking them
Smashing
around.
them together, should we say.
They're not environmentally friendly to the ears, are they,
not,
really? But that's a great start for Patrick Dawson. So you've got them, so that'll be a nice evening. A nice
100%.
evening. That would be great.
Hopefully, I might take my friend, Danny Williams, who's coming on the mat now, under 73s.
Well,
he might come.
I hope you've said he can come if he wins the gold medal.
I'm sure after this fight.
For a bit of
I'll say
incentive.
it. hopefully he does the business now.
Oh, hopefully he does. Oh, so I've been blown out already, and I never even got my invitation in there myself.
Sorry,
Didn't
Laura.
personally invite
Sorry,
myself.
Sorry.
I am absolutely gutted, totally gutted. My first and last opportunity of getting a chance to go to somewhere like that all these years. But I hope you just mention me.
I will, definitely. I'll definitely mention.
Maybe get me a day.
Yeah. Oh, I can sort that out. Definitely.
Right, well, we've got Danny Williams, yes, an outstanding athlete here for Great Britain. And obviously, all lying behind this with a medal and maybe a chance to go out with Ashley McKenzie tonight. What more incentive do you really need to win this gold medal?
Go on, Dan. Have it.
A lovely bit of Niwaza there. He's nicely controlling. The referee is allowing this to happen because she can see some real positive judo going on as he ties up that arm and he's drawing it out for the juji. But as you can see, the Italian holding onto the leg, not allowing Daniel to come over the top. And there's the coach, the national coach, Chris Bowles, shouting his head off as usual, motivating him.
Must say, Danny's a very angry man in judo.
Is he?
Yes.
But is it
especially when
all
it comes to training.
controlled?
Yes, 100% controlled.
Very, very passionate, is he?
Very, very passionate guy. He does express himself quite a lot.
Well, if we
must
were
say.
all the same, then it would be very, very boring,
Very,
wouldn't
very
it?
boring. And he's a very entertaining man, I must say. And he is another Camberley judo player. Same club as me.
So Luke's got a really good group of you now
He's got
working together.
Me, 60s. Nathan Burns, 66. 73s, Lee Shinkins. Danny, 81s, Owen Livesey. 90s, Fraser Chamberlain.
So, goodness me, well that
Aaron
is
Turner, the younger generation. James Martin, number 260s. Yeah, so we've got
so
quite
there's
a lot.
a good group, and,
Good
and what
group.
they always say, I'm a great believer, when you breed success breeds success. When you've got the
100%.
success there, you're looking to champions and you're inspired by that, and the work ethics and everything that goes with that means that you've got something to a benchmark each time you go
100%.
into that club.
100%.
And when your club is that strong, it can only be good for your country, and it can. And there you can see, just at the side there, you've got Luke in the stands watching.
Drive.
Just losing a little bit of control there, but
Come on, Danny, mate.
needs to have a little bit more control with the jacket there. But that's the difficulty. Both kits are out. Danny's a little bit more tidy, but the Italian there's not much grip. As soon as you pull that gi, the jacket's slipping away from Danny. And to control
100%.
as nice as he wants, it's going to be difficult. Really, you would have thought that the referee would say Mate and get them to tidy up.
Yeah.
Because it is an advantage to the
important as well.
Italian.
It is definitely important. Danny's is tied up and.
Because the Italian's got more control
100%.
because there's a gi there. But he's working down on the Niwaza. Looking desperately there for an opportunity, but he is down a Shido at this moment, but it's still 2 minutes to go, and we know that's a long, long time in judo. So your sights are set high on a gold medal next year at the Commonwealth Games.
100%. I'd like to think that I can perform on the day like I did in Liverpool. And I think there's your old friends coming back, 60 kilos. I heard he's Buchanan.
John Buchanan. Now that's a first for me.
Yes, he's done a couple of Bs, a couple of home nation tournaments, and he's trying to get
At 60 kilos.
60 kilos.
Goodness me. Well, I'm surprised that of the weight category, because
He used to be a 66.
he was a 60. Well, he was 60s, but he always struggled with the weight. And then he went up, and then obviously he retired, and obviously he was a semi-retirement. But oh, that'll be very interesting.
It will be, definitely.
Ah.
And very nice guy.
Oh, he's a lovely,
Very
lovely
nice
guy.
guy as well. I've spoken to him today.
Yeah, he's
as well.
he's a gentleman in judo. There's no two ways about it. And like you say,
This is coming.
this
should
is
have got
not
that
looking
Shido.
good. So that's 3 shidos, and one more would be Hansokumaki. Madaloni is a very, very strong athlete indeed. A lot of experience behind him. Danny desperately needs to do something now very special. All he needs is that Yuko. But he's got 1 minute, just over 1 minute left in this match.
Mate.
So one of those shidos has been taken away, so it is down to 2. So the pressure, obviously there is pressure. He's got 2 shidos on the board, and if it's like this at the end, those shidos are taken into consideration. But there's a Wazari for Madaloni now, and that's going to make it very, very tough indeed for Danny Williams. So he really has to, it's all or nothing now, and you say he's a
100%.
fighter,
He
you
is.
say he's a character and a half, so he's got that in his belly to be able to do that and really pull out a real fighting effort. But the clock is ticking away, and Niwaza is not where he wants to be right now.
100% not.
The win to Lukas Nielewicki from Poland.
Come on.
Well, that's Shido as well, but he is in a much better
This is-
position, but he never got that. That was quite an obvious drop, but again that
Again,
one as well.
that's
So it's
two. In
10
space
seconds
of-
to go. So it's a Shido been awarded. Another poor drop would mean that it'd be even and it'd go to golden score.
This is should have had a couple more shidos, to be fair.
Now, I think one more. No, it doesn't look like. Well, it was a great effort there for Danny Williams, but sadly, the Italian Madaloni goes through to the next round with that Wazari, which was a great throw indeed. But I'm sure you'll cheer him up tonight.
100%. He's still coming with me.
He's still coming with you, right? You've not disowned him.
No, definitely not. Do feel that Italian could have got a little bit more shidos, but hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
That's exactly, and it was a
Who-
Wazari throw, so that's the most important thing. That is the throws that we're looking for, not the stealing of the shidos that are put in place. They're only like the benchmark. If it comes down to that there isn't any throws, then these shidos have got to be taken into consideration. So
This is the guy that everyone should be looking at today, coming on to 60s. Pesha from Austria, really good,
oh, Pesha, well, we've seen him many, many times.
and for many, many years.
Yes, and he's an outstanding athlete, and he's got to be one of the top favourites.
Yes, 100% seeded
But-
number 1 today.
Yes.
And in the blue judo from Israel, Alon Rahima.
And he's got Rahima of Israel, which you said earlier on have got a very, very strong team here today.
100%.
But so we'll see how this goes. But I've got my, well, I don't think there's really a bet on there. The odds are too high, aren't they? Really, I think
You could say that,
Pecha's-
but Pecha's judo is really different to everyone else. He does do quite a lot of drops, and if you engage with him quite close, he's not the very strongest. But his strongest is his groundwork and his drop. So if this Israeli clinches him, he has a good chance of throwing him.
Now,
But
have
if
you
he
fought-
doesn't,
Have you competed against these
not the
two?
Israeli, but definitely the Austrian
Yes.
for the bronze in Europeans, and I beat Pecha.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Thank you.
I'm sure he won't be, but I'm glad you have. He's very calculating in his part. There was an Uchimata there, and that's got to be a pawn, I would have thought.
100% upon. They've given it a score, it should be 100% upon.
Now, we'll just see if that's revisited, but... And as we know now, as the rules is, there is only one referee on the mat. So, but the care system is now to the side of the mat where they have video analysis, which is it's a good thing, isn't it?
I think it's quite amazing due to the fact that they can go back and watch and analyse and go over and over the tape many of times till the fight is actually finished.
Yeah.
And they've got actually quite a lot of angles as well. So
Which is
it's pretty good.
reassuring for an athlete that they don't make, because they're only human, and the human eye can only see so much, but video analysis replay can see it all,
100%.
and you can repeat and repeat until you get it spot on. So for an athlete's point of view, it's got to be a very good thing. So Pecha leading quite comfortably, as we had expected, with the Wazari. That left hand right high up on the collar, and then the Sumigeish over the top.
I told you what would happen.
Yeah, an Ippon, so it wasn't even a Wazari, it was a Ippon, so Wazari and an Ippon scored, and only in the first minute. So that was a great opening again, so that's a great start, and it looks like, again, we could be looking at the gold medalist today.
I think we might be. Pecha goes into the semi-finals, and the next fight is the Slovenian versus the Hungarian.
So, Will, this is going to be a very tough match indeed.
I
I think the Slovenian Repechage is, based on performances today, for me, he seems the stronger, but then it's really up to who they've actually competed against as well.
I think
But we know
I'm going to go for Hungarian due to the fact is the Slovenian's a bit like Rocky Jaksic.
Well, let's have a bet on this. If I win, you'll take me to the Mobo
Done deal.
Awards.
How about that? Done deal. But what if I win?
Good. If you win, you can come back here and talk to us again and know that you just sort of...
No, I've done it.
Yeah.
I think they both fight similar, but the Hungarian's more of a kind of controlled, where the Slovenian just keeps going and keeps going. He doesn't really stop. So
Yeah.
I think it's going to be an interesting fight. It could be a very fast one as well.
Well, we'll just hold our breath here and see what happens. It's a feisty little character, the
Yes.
Slovenian. He's very fast indeed.
I had him in the finals of Liverpool. This would be my finals, Liverpool. I beat him on a Wazari.
Well, like he looks to show that he's doing the Ippon Sianagi, but then switches it to the Kosotagak.
Yeah, he's
And
really
that's
clever.
it's very, very clever when he gets that reach, because he has such a leverage on that attack, and he totally sort of, his body language is showing for the forward attack and then switches it so quick. Now you look there for the Niwaza, and he's just working that leg out.
We have Colin Oakes coming up next from Britain against the Spaniard Collins do pretty good there. Like I said, he's on form.
Oh, he's
And I can't see,
Casillas of Spain. Yes, he's got
can't
him coming up
see
soon.
him giving Colin a problem personally.
He's in the zone, isn't he? And
Yeah.
you could see that in his opening match. So just hopefully he keeps that form and that zone in place. The Hungarians, as we know, are very, very good down in the Niwaza. But again, like you said, it's a very, very tight match indeed between these two. Nicely controlled there
That
from the
easily could have been
Slovenian.
a score as well.
Yeah. He controlled it very nicely, didn't
As
he?
he was
And
turning.
rotating. Now Shido awarded to the Hungarian.
This is where the Slovenian's really strong because he doesn't stop the way he.
Oh, he's like
His fight doesn't change and he's still forward on. What? For a judoka is pretty hard if you're down a score and they're still going.
he's like the Duracell bunny, isn't he? He just
Yes.
keeps going and he's fast and fast, and it's very difficult to pin him down.
100%.
There he works into the Niwaza, so he controlled him nicely. And now he's trying to tie it all up in the upper part of the body, but as you can see, a very tight grip on that leg. But the clock's ticking away.
On mat 2, the win to
Oh, yes, and a lovely switch there. I bet you were sweating because you thought you were having to take me.
100%.
The pressure's off you now. I could sense the shoulders sort of coming up and the holding of the breath, thinking, please, I've just...
I was sweating, to be fair. Then again, like I said, this ain't going to change the fight.
No.
in the white judo gi from the Czech Republic.
So the Hungarians now was a Yuko on the board.
From Germany,
But it's still 1 minute and 50 seconds left in this match. And as we know, it is a long time in a judo contest, isn't it?
Yes.
So he's got the Sangaku there. A nice choke. And the pressure is on, and he's trying to rotate over his opponent's, his own body for the hold down. Very uncomfortable indeed, but sadly he wasn't able to get the rotation he required. So last minute and a half. Oh, Chigari there, a great attempt.
Should have kept going.
But he paused too quickly. He could have got him into the Niwaza, and we've seen the Slovenian very good down there. But most probably the Slovenian's looking that he doesn't want the Niwaza. He doesn't want to waste time. Tactically is most probably not the best place to be as the Niwaza. He needs to be up. He needs to get a score back. So I think they've had so many opportunities in Niwaza, and they've not, neither one of them have been close, because they're both very, very good at defending down in the ground. So if the Slovenian's got any chance, it has to be standing. And as you can see, the Hungarian drawing him into the Niwaza, because tactically, this is what he wants, because when he's down there...
He wastes his time.
Lovely drop Sianagi there from the Hungarian. Oh, and there's the Jujikatami, but again, he just too tight. Time
it's really
ticking
hard
away.
to try to get the Hungarian a shooter when he just keeps dropping
Yeah.
like the way he does. Like I said, he's a similar fighter to Pesha. Again, drops.
Now that was so 9 seconds left. The Hungarian leading comfortably at this stage, but we've seen it all go horribly wrong with the last seconds, so you can never write them off until the bell's gone. Tominagi, I think that was his last stitched effort, and it was. So the Hungarian goes through to the next round of this men's 60 kilo category. And your reputation is intact because you haven't got to take me now to the MOBO Awards. That's fine then. Right. I had that
Like I said,
second chance.
I will try to get a ticket
No.
for you. And I've definitely sorted you out a date. I've got one in mind already.
All right. So we have Colin Oates. So he's with Casillas of Spain in the blue gi, Colin Oates in the white.
Coming on to match 1 now in the
Colin
under
Oates
66
got to be the top
kilos.
favourite for
In the white judo gi,
the title here today.
I think Colin Oates got to be the favourite for the whole tournament,
Yes, yeah,
if I'm being honest with you.
yeah.
On mat 2, that was a win for Sochin Katsumi from Germany.
Very, very fast pace indeed, the Spaniard. Colin just really trying to settle him down, isn't it, to play his judo. He's not really going to
Colin
be fussed at all with
will
him.
chop him and will ruin his judo very soon.
It's as if he's actually allowing him to wear himself out, isn't he?
Yes,
He's tiring him
100%.
down, and he's just biding his time. And if it means picking up a shido like he has,
He'll
it's
do
better
that.
than
He'll do that
trying
all
to
day.
fight his opponent's pace, and it really is trying to keep to Colin's game plan.
Colin likes a bit of a penalty first fight and then comes back because he's really fit. He's one of the fittest men's team player, GB player.
Well, he's got a lovely grip there, and the Sumigesh is there. He's looking for the Niwaza as well, and he's not letting him up at all. He's got a game plan here to rotate him over and finish him off, but very tight down there. Obviously not had this opportunity he thought he might have had.
This is where Colin's very strong, take backs and sweeps.
Yeah, the Ashiwazas are, Uchimata right off to the side, driving his man. That arm round the back is a real controlling grip, as you can see there. Nicely controlled. Just marginally off a Yuko there.
It's where Colin's normally strong in the 3rd minute coming down. He's really puts on the pressure to them, and that's when normally they fold or crack.
He's like in first gear at the moment. He's stepping up to 2nd, and then 3rd, 4th he's off.
3rd comes now. This is where he makes it happen. Uchimata.
You can see it setting up, can't you? In front of us, the arm is coming in. He's now controlling the actual pace of his opponent. Again, he's got the more dominant grip. The nice Tayatoshi attempt there from the Spaniard. Oh, and an Ashiwaza. And that did rock Colin a little bit.
It has, but like I said, Colin will grind him down.
Well, you can only keep that pace. The Spaniard has been very fast all the way through,
And
right
now
from the
it's
start, and he will eventually
slow
tire.
down. This is.
And that left hand is creeping closer and closer around the back, drawing. He's now got the hand on the belt, which is going to give him much more leverage. And that's what he's trying to set up, isn't he? To draw his opponent in with the belt. Again, he's got that belt. Has he got the belt yet? Yes, he has. Oh, and a lovely counter there. Ippon and controlled. Put him down like he was a baby. Well, that's again another great win. And a very knowledgeable crowd as well out there, aren't they?
100%.
Very, very supportive to the athletes.
Coming
Well,
on
that's
now
a great win.
is Nathan Burns.
Nathan Burns, yes. And he's up against the young man from Belgium. Van Gesving.
If he wins this, then it will be Colin Oates
In the semi.
versus.
Oh, goodness me, you'd want them on both different halves, wouldn't you, really? But then you've got Keebl's out now, so you've got Belgium again through there.
Coming on to match one now in the under 66 kilos. In the white judo gi, representing Great Britain, Nathan Burns.
So yes, this will be a very interesting fight at all,
again.
and will be very exciting for Great Britain to get these two young men into the semi-final. Sadly, they're fighting against each other, but it still shows the depth and the quality of these two athletes. Koshiguruma there and into the Niwaza. He reminds me so much of, remember David Somerville?
Yes.
Very similar in fights, and he's got this arm lock now. Nathan's Niwaza is exceptional down there, and he's controlling very nicely, very calculating there. But sadly, not enough time. But again, he piles the pressure on.
He's good at pressure for the first 2 minutes, but fortunately, I don't think he's got a bigger engine than Colin.
No.
But he's got really good judo. Nathan's really tactically good. That's the difference. But that's the difference between the two judokas.
And it's a bit of experience, isn't it?
Yes,
And exposure
definitely.
at a different level of competition. And we have Colin Oates that is an Olympian. So he's been to an Olympic Games, he's been to World Champion, he's been of that high level. And you've got Nathan, who's a younger one that's coming up underneath him. So
100%.
But at the end of the day, the pressure there is Colin Oates who's got the pressure because he's the top dog. And
Yes.
you've got Nathan that can only get better.
Yeah.
He's improving all the time, and he's chasing. And it's always sometimes nice to be the one that's chasing. But again, he's got the turnover. I think he's got the choke there as well. Oh, no, the hands off.
Come on, Nate.
The determination in that face of young Nathan Burns there.
He's really keep on that sleeve.
It's great sleeve grip there and nicely controlled into the Niwaza, but there's no score on the board. There's 3 minutes left in this match.
The win to
Lovely
Andrea
Uchimata
Repechage
there.
from Italy.
Got
And
it.
again, he's pulling out that arm. As you can see, the real leverage on there. Just needs to rotate him, but it still seems a little bit tight for him. This young man from Belgium is really under a lot of pressure when he goes down into the groundwork.
No, it's really strong with that juji.
In the white judo gi representing Israel, Tomer Zakai. And in the blue judo gi representing Great Britain, Jan
Sota.
Grabowski.
Oh, and an Uchimata there. Now that's the first major attack there from Belgium. Van Gansbeek is still in there for a shout, isn't he? He's really not allowing Nathan to dominate. Nathan's been all in the Niwaza.
Come on, Nave!
Nathan there with the left hand on that lapel. He's trying to switch it to try and break the control that Gansbeek.
Go, Nave!
And the passion, yeah, and a lovely drop, Sianagi there, but still so close. But he's working there and he tries to bring his opponent up. The arm lock there for Gansbeek.
Let's go, Nave!
And the passion is far too much for Ashley McKenzie as he disappears and off he goes to support Nathan, giving him as much a support as he can to help him get through this match. And who would blame him? It's his teammate, it's his club mate.
Oh. Keep going, Nave!
So Nathan has really got to put the stops out here now. He needs a score. He knows it. He really has to change the pace. He's got 30 seconds. And the Shido's trying to get the Shidos is not enough. He needs the score. If he wants to be in the semi-final with... so Shido's got to be awarded now for Van Gansbeek. But it won't be enough with 17 seconds. He really needs a score now. So Nathan really under the pressure. As we said in the earlier fights, that's the way he competed. So another Shido, well, 7 seconds to go. Shido been awarded. Oh, there was that last-ditch effort there for Nathan Burns, and sadly, it wasn't meant to be for this young man. And it's Van Gansbeek who goes through to the semi-final with Colin Oates. This men's 66-kilo category. Well, you'll be totally devastated with that result there, Ashley.
100%.
But just run out of time, really. There was obviously some negative judo from Belgium, but he just left it too late to put the attack on and change the pace, didn't he?
100%.
If he'd given himself about a minute and a half in that match, and we know it's difficult because at the end of the day you make a mistake and it could cost you dearly.
Definitely.
But by not fighting, it's cost him dearly, and he's not in the place of that semi-final. But he does get a chance to go for a bronze medal, which we'll be seeing him later on. But Well, I'm going to say thank you very much, Ashley,
No,
for
it's okay,
joining
it's
us,
been
and
a
I do
pleasure.
hope you'll join us later
Yes, definitely.
in the finals, where
final
we'll
block.
hopefully be looking at maybe Colin Oates
Yes.
in that final.
Or
But
even Jan.
yep, and we'll
But
see you
yes,
later. But thank you very much for joining us, and
you.
we'll be speaking to Ashley McKenzie a little bit later. I think he needs to just get over the disappointment of that last match. So we have Patrick Dawson in the white gi, Maddaloni from Italy in blue. Maddaloni with a Yuko on the board. Now this is going to be a very, very tough and a real tester for Patrick Dawson. He's just come back from Japan. Great potential for British judo as well as Scottish judo of the Commonwealth Games next year as well. Oh, but he really put himself in an awkward situation there. An ultimate mistake there made by Patrick Dawson. Legs were crossed and everything. The Oso Tagari came in and a Wazari scored. So now Patrick in a very difficult, but he's got good niwaza. But he really now needs to sort of wake up a little bit here. As we sometimes say, that you can go to Japan for so long and you get into that randori sort of mode after randori for months on end, and you come back and you have to acclimatize. And I don't know whether he's given himself enough time to acclimatize back into Western judo, where it's a lot more faster pace and very aggressive, and the kumikata, the grip fighting, is much more intense than what you would have in Japan. Japan is very technical indeed, and yes, he would have had a lot of randoris, like I said, a lot of matches, but it's very, very different randori to competition, and he'll reap the benefits in a few months' time because it's a far better preparation than what you would get in a club environment, because you just don't have the bodies, but you have to have that opportunity to come back and put yourself in the mind frame of competition. So Maddaloni of Italy is leading quite comfortably at this moment with the Yuko and a Wazari. And with 1 minute and 50 seconds left, Patrick has really got to go some now to get back into this fight against a very experienced Italian. This is a place in the semi-final. A very crucial match indeed, but Maddaloni has taken this match and has dominated it all the way through, and Patrick is just surviving out there. The flurry of attacks, the Ashiwazas, and he drops in for the Marotti Sianagi with a Wazari, with also one Wazari on the board, which makes that Wazari a seti upon to finish and go through into the semi-final of this men's 73 kilos. So Maddaloni from Italy goes through into the semi-final of the men's 73 kilo category, and he does that in style. And again, he's got to be tipped for the final for this men's 73 kilo category.
Coming on to mat 1 now. Repechage final in the under 60 kilos. In the white judo gi representing Israel, Alon Rahima. In the blue judo gi representing Slovenia, Maciej
So we have the repechage now of the men's 66 kilo category. Rahima of Israel in white, Trbovic of Slovenia in blue. This is the 60 kilos repechage. So if you've just joined us, I'm Loretta Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to Glasgow for the Glasgow European Open, the first international event here to be held in Glasgow. And it's a great stepping stone in the preparation for the Commonwealth Games, a major multi-sport event that will be happening next year. We're here at the Emirates Arena, fantastic arena here, and very well supported and knowledgeable crowd out there. Competition will be held over 2 days. 90 athletes representing 24 countries. And already we've had some outstanding performances, the likes of Colin Oates, #1 of Great Britain, who's looking very confident indeed and sets his sights on that gold medal today. We also had earlier on Ashley Mackenzie, who joined us to talk a little bit about himself and what he's doing right now, and also what the judo that's going on right now. Obviously went away a little bit disappointed because his teammate, clubmate, lost out to get into the semi-final with Colin Oates, Nathan Burns, but he'll be back later on, and I'm sure he'll be supporting him all the way for that bronze medal. So we have now from Israel in white, Rahima, and for Slovenia in the blue, Trbovic. And Trbovic of Slovenia is taking the lead with the Wazari. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this match. A well-presented arena here for judo. So congratulations to Judo Scotland, British Judo, and also the Commonwealth Games Committee. And I know that Simone Callender, who's the manager for judo, who will be hosting the Commonwealth Games, has played a major part in the preparation for this competition. So well done to that young lady. And throughout the weekend, we're just hoping that we'll get the opportunity. We've had Ashley Mackenzie coming up, and hopefully later on, Gemma Gibbons, Olympic silver medalist with the GP team, will join us later. I know she's very busy right now and signing autographs and doing her wee bit for judo, the world of judo. Wonderful lady indeed. Great ambassador, not only for women's judo, for British judo itself. And possibly get an opportunity to have the legend in his own right, Mr. George Kerr, 10th dan, highest grade in the world, and a local man himself. Well, I say local, but he's a Scottish man through and through, and already has hit the papers today in his life of judo, and an outstanding man indeed, with a lot of knowledge and a lot of history backing him up. So hopefully get an opportunity somewhere along the line to get a chance to speak to Mr. George Kerr. I should say Dr. George Care, in fact. So a very tough match here, this repechage. And all for a place in the final of the bronze medal repechage fight. A last-ditch effort for a medal here. Rahima really struggling against the Slovenian, who's at this moment leading quite comfortably with a Wazari on the board. 2 Shidos, 1 each, with 1 minute and 16 seconds left. A gutsy attempt there from the Israeli. So just under a minute left, and the Israeli really trying to take all stops there to try and come back into this match, but he's really up against a very tough Slovenian, Trebovic. Keeping the lead quite comfortable. Israeli desperate to get past the defences of the Slovenian, who's quite open and agile there, looking for the Ashiwazas as he moves across. Just doing enough to avoid any Shidos. A great drop Sianagi there. Oh yes, and that's a Yuko scored. Fantastic throw there. So now expanding that lead with a Yuko and a Wazari on the board. So, and Osakumi to finish it for Ippon, it's looking like. And I think the Israeli has really sort of come to terms with that it's not meant to be, and this last chance of a medal has gone right out the window there. So Wazari Aseti Ippon, and a win, a great win, goes to Trebovic, who goes into the final of the bronze medal for this men's 60 kilos.
On that one, that was a win to Matej Trbovic from Slovenia.
So we have now the first semi-final of the men's 60 kilos, where we have Pesha of Austria in the white, and from Hungary we have Bojan Laszlo in the blue.
Coming on to mat one now in the second semi-final of the under 60 kilos. In the white judo gi representing Austria, Ludwig Pasha. In the blue judo gi representing Hungary, Laszlo Bojan.
So Pesha obviously rated #1 here and the top favourite for the gold medal this weekend. Ludwig Pesha, 31 years of age, so a very mature athlete comparing to some of the young athletes here today and over this weekend. Olympic silver medalist. In the European Championships this year, 5th place, and World Cup in Rome last year, gold medalist. European Championships last year, 5th place. Always around the medals or placings throughout his career, an outstanding performer. He was European champion back in 2009 and at the Olympic Games in Beijing in 2008. So Olympic silver medalist back in 2008, European champion, also the best year of his life, I would have said, in 2008 with the European title and a silver medal at the Olympic Games. The World Championships, a bronze medal the year before that. So as you can see, a very talented athlete out there, but he's down a Yuko, and but I don't know for how long as Pesha works his magic down there in the Niwaza. And there's still 2 minutes and 43 seconds left in this match. So we've got a Wazari on the board now for the Austrian. The Yuko's been taken off for the Hungarian, so obviously placed on the wrong side. Oh, goodness me, now they're taking the Wazari off. So obviously they're looking at the care system, and that video replay has obviously been in favour. One stage for the Hungarian, then for the Austrian, and now for nobody. So need to be a little bit quicker on that care system, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming on to mat 2 now in the repechage final of the under 73 kilos. In the white judo gi representing Israel, Tomer Zakai. And in the blue judo gi representing Great Britain, Patrick Dawson.
So Pesha now taking the lead with the Yuko on the board with just under a minute left in this match. He's not had it all his own way. It's not been an easy match, but which you would expect in a semi-final. Vajan really trying to hang on desperately. With his sights set on that final position and a place in for the gold or silver medal. But This 31-year-old Ludwig Pescher, very talented and an outstanding performer in his time. The Olympic silver medalist, European champion, and a world bronze medal behind him under his belt. Well, it's going to be a tough task for the Hungarian indeed to get past such a caliber of player. Ludwig looking to wrap his opponent over there in the Niwaza with 10 seconds to go. Clock just ticks away nicely. So a very convincing win for Pescher. Dominated this match throughout and a place in the final for the men's 60-kilo category.
The winner of a place in the under 60 kilos final, Ludwig Pescher from Austria.
And now we have, coming up quite shortly, we have Caceres. This is a repechage of the men's 66. We've got Caceres Rocha of Spain, and he'll be up against Nathan Burns from Great Britain. Spain in white, Burns, Great Britain in the blue. As seen earlier on, Nathan Burns losing out against Van Gasbeck of Belgium, outstanding fighter who will be up against Colin Oates of Great Britain. But Colin will be determined to go away with a medal in this European Cup. One to add for the two that he's already got right now.
On mat 2, the win to Tomer Zakhaev from Israel.
So Nathan piling the pressure on now. Caceres of Spain picking up the first Shido.
Semifinal of the men's under 73 kilos. In the white judo gi, representing Germany, Soshio Katsumi.
And
In the blue judo gi, representing Italy, Andrea Regis.
GB coach being warned by the referee to stay quiet. Passionate man that he is, but rules are rules. And even if you're on home turf at the moment, with being in the UK, it's still, there's no exceptions. But Chris is one of the old school, and the fire is in his belly, and the determination and support that he's given Nathan out there for this bronze medal has got to be commended. Nathan coming in very close indeed. Now this is a gutsy move, and will it pay off? And yes, it does! And Owazari scored straight into the arm lock there as he's trying to put on So Cassis was looking for that arm lock to finish it off. But a great gutsy performance there. Great entry. Coming in nice and close. And it paid off. Yeah, sadly, if he'd done that in the earlier match, he could have been looking at a place in the final. Oh, and a lovely Tomonagi there, two-footed. And a Yuko possibly been scored on there, but no score at this moment. Obviously just fell too short for meriting the Yuko. But again, a very good attack from Nathan Burns. And Keres Roca really now trying to come back, changing the pace. There's still 2 minutes and 16 seconds left in this contest. There's still a long way for Nathan to go, and he cannot just hang on to this lead. Harai Makakomi there from Carreras. A good attack from this young man who's still not letting up, and he's just as determined for this bronze medal to go back to Spain. But again, they've seen this earlier on, but Nathan cannot afford just to hang on. He has to keep the pressure on. And he's picked up a another Shido there, so that's one each. Oh, goodness me, what a turnaround. No, definitely it was. So this evens it all up, but still 1 minute, and it just shows you how this all can turn around and go all horribly wrong. But Nathan really has to now keep this fight and this fire in his belly just going a little bit longer if he wants this bronze medal. But Carreras really, Cassis really now piling the pressure back on. So a flurry of attacks and a Shido. So Nathan is trailing behind with one Shido more than Roca. Roca really piling on the attacks now and the pressure to Nathan. And Nathan really is allowing this to slip away from him. And he really has to now start coming in with a fight. He's got 17 seconds. He's got nothing to lose. The only thing he's got is that bronze medal losing if he doesn't. Oh, my goodness me. So close, but still have everybody on the edge of their seat. Everybody come off there just to see and hoping, praying for that score. The Makakomi, but it wasn't to be, and again another drop, but it's all over. Oh no. So sadly for Nathan Burns, again he left it too late to come back. But a great win for Cassis Roca of Spain, who goes through to the bronze medal final. And sadly for Nathan, it's a an exit out of this tournament without a medal. But a great performance from this young man, and one that we'll be seeing more and more of in the future of British judo.
On mat 1, that was a win to Carlos Repechage from Spain.
So we're now having the white gi from Israel, Flicker, and in the blue from Slovenia, Jereb. So this is the repechage of the men's 66, Flicker of Israel and Jereb of Slovenia. Flicker in white and Jereb in the blue.
From Italy, who takes a place in the under 73 kilos final. And coming on to mat 2 now, ladies and gentlemen, the second semi-final in the under 73 kilos. In the white judo gi, representing Great Britain, Jan Gazowski. And in the blue judo gi, representing Italy, Marco Magaroli.
So Israel Flicker is leading with a Yuko. This is the repechage, first repechage fight, and a place in the repechage final in the men's 66 kilos. Lovely Ouchigari in a change of direction now from the Slovenian. Great combination of attacks there. A real threat there for the Israeli. So 2 minutes and 10 seconds left in this match. Israel is leading with a Yuko on the board. But we've seen what Jereb can do, a great combination of attacks earlier on in this match, which still keeps him a real threat against the Israeli. So 1 minute 53 seconds left in this contest. So the Israeli picking up 2 shidos, and as we know, accumulation of 4 is a Hansol Kumaki, so he really does still need to stay fighting and focused within this match. He cannot afford to hang on just to a Yuko. And the Slovenian Jereb is really piling on the pressure, and we do know technically he has some very, very good judo to show us. So he still remains a real threat for the Israelis. So this match isn't all over and done with.
On mat 2, the winner of a place in the under 73 kilo final, Marco Maddaloni from Italy.
So that was a great win for Flicker of Israel, who goes in the place of the final for the bronze medal in the men's 66 kilograms. So now we come for a very exciting moment. And it's the first semi-final of the men's 66 kilos.
In the white judo gi representing Great Britain, Colin Oates.
And the white gi representing Great Britain is Colin Oates. And in the blue gi representing Belgium, Van Gansbeck. So Colin there working his magic down there in the Niwaza as he's wrapped up that arm very comfortably indeed. Trying desperately to rotate his opponent over, but still piling the pressure on that arm. Oh, goodness me. And the Sangaku's there as well, so the controlling of the head. But a mate being called, a little bit premature. Oh, lovely Uchimata there, but just lost control. Young man from Belgium, as we know, we've seen that Uchimata very well executed in earlier rounds. And another turnover, but this time without very little control. But he's still got that arm. He's still piling on that pressure. He's got the Sangaku. He's still desperately trying to get the turnover. Left hand around the back. As we know, he likes to get that deeper and controlling on that belt. Doesn't seem to be doing that right now at this moment. Picked up his first Shido, which again doesn't really say too much for Colin, because he always seems to have the odd Shido now and again. But he is someone that's very calculating in every move that he makes, and is not one to be rushed or change his pace in a contest. And there's what we've been seeing, the threat that he's been showing throughout this match. Is he going to finally get his reward for the perseverance that he has put through in this contest? All he needs is that leg out for the Osakomi, and he's got it! And one closer to the final, and for that gold medal. Van Gansbeek's not going to let him have it that easy, and he's desperately trying to get out of that hold down. But Colin is holding on for dear life here. And fantastic, a place in the final for Colin Oates for Great Britain. But a great performance from Van Gansbeek from Belgium, who goes into the bronze medal final. And he'll be up against Cases Rocco later on from Spain.
On that now, the winner of a place in the under 66 kilos final, Colin Oates from Great Britain.
And now we're coming up to the last semi-final of the men's 66 and the last match of the first block of this competition.
The men's under 66 kilos. In the white judo gi representing Belgium, Jasper Lefebvre. And in the blue judo gi representing Poland, Paweł Zagrotnik.
So Zagrotnik from Poland in the blue. He's up against the Belgium, Lefebvre in the white. Lovely rollover, some wonderful niwaza there from Zagrotnik. And almost a win quite swiftly, but just managed to survive that. Lefebvre will have a real surprise and a little bit apprehensive now in going down into that niwaza, so a little bit wary there. So just 2 minutes and 42 seconds, a very, very close match indeed. Lovely drop Sianagi there from this young man from Poland. Very difficult to say which way this match will go. Both very determined for a place in the final. The winner of this will meet Colin Oates from Great Britain. Tomanagi again, nicely controlled. So 1 minute and 43 seconds left in this match. Very, very difficult to tell which way this is going to go. Both desperately working hard for that place in the final. Evenly matched. Neither one of them really pushing or driving further than the other. If you've just joined us, I'm Loretta Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to Glasgow for the Glasgow European Open here in the Emirates Arena, the stadium that will be hosting the Commonwealth Games in 2014. "90 athletes will be competing over 2 days here in Glasgow, representing 24 countries. So just over 30 seconds, a half a minute left. As Shido now just been given to Poland. So this slightly edges it for the young man from Belgium. Up until now, it's been very, very close indeed. Oh, and a lovely drop Cianagi there. So Grodnik really trying to come back. 8 seconds to go, and he knows with that Shido on the board, if he doesn't get a score or equal it up, he's out of the final. Lefevre goes into the final of this men's 66 kilo category. Zagrobnik goes into the bronze medal final. And we'll be seeing them later on. So a very hard fought match there. Very, very close indeed. Couldn't tear them apart as far as. So, but for Belgium, a place in the final of this European Open here in Glasgow. So that rounds up the first block of the first day of this tournament, but we will be back for the final block, the medals, in the weight categories 60, 66 and 73s at 2 o'clock here in the UK, and in Europe that will be 3 o'clock. So final block 2 o'clock Western European time, 3. So I do hope you'll join me, Loretta Doyle, and our team here in Glasgow for what will be a very exciting final block of the first day of this European Open. Thank you, and speak to you later.
Glasgow. I just want to say, friends at the EJU, athletes, coaches, colleagues and judo fans, welcome to the 2013 Glasgow European Open, here in the magnificent Arena. The European Open is Great Britain's flagship event and the biggest judo event to be hosted in Scotland for a number of years. The city of Glasgow is becoming a focal point for sport, with the 2014 Commonwealth Games only 9 months away. This event marks the start of a partnership with the city, which sees the venue host the European Open for the next 4 years, and also the 2015 European Championships, the first time Great Britain has hosted this event for 2 decades. Also, we have the pleasure of Rod Carr, Chairman of UK Sports, here today, who supported us in the bid for the 2015 European Championships. Over this period, the UK sport judo fans will have a unique opportunity to see Olympians, world and European medalists and Commonwealth champions in battle on the tatami. I would like to take this opportunity to thank a number of people who have made this event possible. Firstly, Glasgow Life and the staff of the Amateur Arena for their support in bringing together this event. Our partners, Event Scotland, Judo Scotland, who have supported the planning and promotion of this event. Last but not least, I would like to thank all of the EJU, British Judo and Judo Scotland volunteers, players, chaperones and staff. Without whose dedication, this event would not be possible. I would like to now introduce you to the head of the EJU, Mr. Michael Mackey, who would like to say a few words on opening this event today. Thank you.
Mr. President George Kerr, Mr. Chairman Kerry Brown, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for the European Judo family and our guests from other continents to be in Glasgow to celebrate this year European Open in this magnificent arena, and it is another contribution of the British Judo Association for development of judo in Europe and in the world. I would like to congratulate the President, Chairman, the organizing committee, all the volunteers for excellent job, excellent organization. I would like to wish all the athletes, coaches, referees, the best performance they can provide, they can show, and I wish you the best results you dream about. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare the European Open 2013 in Glasgow open.
Now, I would like to take a moment to recognise George Kerr and Martin Sarah, Chairman of the Judo Scotland, to present today Brad Campbell, who has been promoted to assistant. Please join me in a round of applause as I hand the mic over to George. Thank you.
He was a member of the British squad and double Commonwealth medalist. He is treasurer of Judo Scotland and a member of the board, and he captained the Scottish Judo squad for many years.
You just stole everything I was going to say. Graham Campbell has got 3 bronze medals in the Commonwealth Games, which is quite a feat when you think we've got the Commonwealth Games here next year. It's just been promoted to 6th down, which is a change in colour, of course, from black to white and red and rock, and there's no one deserves it more than Graham Campbell. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate him and his family, because it's a great thing for judo. It's a great thing when you change the colour, you know, on this award. Thank you. Also, ladies and gentlemen, beg your pardon, it's very unkind of me. I'd like to make sure that Ronnie Bass, who is the chairman of Judo Scotland, sorry Ronnie, I should have introduced you, maybe someone else should. Anyway, Ronnie Bass is here as the chair of Judo Scotland. Nice to have you here.
Only leaves me to say just a few more lines. I hope you enjoyed some fantastic judo in the final block and look forward to welcoming you back to watch more judo at the Emirate Arena in the future. For me, as chairman of the association, I just want to say it's been fantastic being in Glasgow. I've enjoyed the hospitality, and for you spectators, for you to enjoy and embrace the future of British judo in terms of being able to come back to this wonderful city, and for you all to really support and get behind the next generation of players coming through, and to be competing in this arena, and again back in 2015, where we'll make a difference. So thanks once again, Edwin, and congratulations for all attending today. Thank you.
So as the flags leave the mats, we will now prepare for the final block to commence. And now we welcome our referee to the mats for the first of this afternoon's contests. Bronze medalist under 60 kilos.
Yep. And good afternoon, my name's Loretta Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to the final block of the first day of this European Open in Glasgow. Over the weekend, we'll have 90 athletes participating, representing 24 countries. And now we're coming to the final block of the bronze medal fight of the men's under 60 kilograms. Repechage of Slovenia in the white will be approaching the mat quite shortly, and he'll be up against the Frenchman Mohamedi Kamel in the blue. Repechage, 24 years of age, under 23 European champion back in 2009. Stronger of the two opponents, but French-speaking games, Kamel took a bronze medal and recently won a bronze medal in the European Cup in Belgrade.
Bronze European Cup medalist in Belgrade, representing France.
Strongest on paper is Slovenia, and has had an outstanding performance today, and has got to be the favourite based on just performance of the day, but also of the results that he's had under his belt right now. So it'll be very interesting to see how this match sort of pans out. And hopefully joining me later on sometime will be Dr. George Kerr, a great man and a legend of not only British judo but the world of judo. 10th Dan, only one of 19 men to ever receive such honour in judo, and only 7 that are still alive right now. And I say men because there is only men that have actually got the 10th Dan right now, but hopefully one day that'll change. Lovely entry there from the Frenchman with the Tomanagi. Breaking his opponent's balance and taking control of this match in the opening seconds. A lovely Ouchigari and rotating his opponent around to get the maximum benefit and the highest score possible at that entry, but still only a Yuko, even though it was so dynamic. But a great start for the Frenchman. So that's a good start for Mohammadi, that's in the last 3 minutes of this match and is up now a Yuko. Continuing on his form of taking that bronze medal in the European Cup in September in Belgrade. He's looking desperately to pick up that second bronze medal in a European Cup this year. Attempting an Uchimata, showing that, but as we know from the Uchimata is the combination of the Ouchigari. And that's where he got his Yuko score from. But again, another great attack with the Uchimata, breaking the balance of his opponent. And Trobovic really struggling against this Frenchman. Very, very lively and fast on his feet. A drop, but very poorly executed from the Slovenian, who works there into the Niwaza, trying desperately to get an opportunity to come back into this match. Halfway in this contest, and France is leading with the Yuko. Oh, and I'm delighted to say joining me right now is Ashley Mackenzie. And more fitting person to be commentating on the 60 kilos is Ashley Mackenzie, Olympian for Great Britain. And welcome back, Ashley.
Thank you very much.
Now we've got the bronze medal final. And already the young man from France, Mohammadi, taking the lead with the Yuko, with a lovely Uchimata combination of attacks of Uchimatas switching it to the Ouchigari.
The French is really good in their technique and how they fight their plans and that, and it's really hard to get score back from the French.
Oh, tactically they play a very, very good match, don't they?
Good role model, Ugo in 73's really good with his feet, hands. So yeah, it's gonna be hard to get that Yuko back.
Definitely. With the French, they really tactically, technically, they are very solid, aren't they, in their performance. And 60 kilos has been a really very competitive weight category for the French. They have produced such fine athletes, haven't they, and
yes.
very high accolades from this weight category.
It's easy for them. They've got so many 60s up and coming, and they've just got the numbers.
That's it. It's a big pool of athletes that actually do judo, isn't there? There's the membership in France. It's like it was one of the number one sports, and then it's within the top 3 sports in France. Judo, it's very high profiled, as higher profile as what we have as football here.
Yes, 100%.
So that's got to help, hasn't it, when you get such a profile in a country, and the support and financially and just the support that they have with spectators, and they're very knowledgeable spectators as well when you compete in France. There's always
100%.
such a wonderful...
It's an amazing experience when you compete in France. One of the best venues I've ever competed in.
And they just love good judo, don't they?
Yeah.
And they respect that. And you do
The
get
boos come when you drop, and you've got the cheers when you do something
Yeah.
good, and it's just amazing. Yuko a piece.
So it's drawn back now to one each, and there's still 1 minute left. So Trebovic of Slovenia is doing extremely well, has kept his cool, his composure, and he's just kept digging away to come back now to draw, even though the Frenchman has dominated right up until that point that he got the Yuko back. Yoko Tomai there from Slovenia.
It's funny because you never see the Slovenians get tired. It's really rare.
No,
in,
definitely not. Well,
situation for Slovenians to get tired.
Well, for over the years, you've watched the Slovenians, even in their warm-ups, when you go into the warm-up area, the warm-ups they do, you're exhausted just watching them.
Yeah,
The
you're
amount
sweating,
of-
put it that
oh,
way.
goodness me. Just recently, they've had so much success, Slovenia, from such a small nation.
Yes.
When you compare the two countries, France and Slovenia, they're just miles apart
Yes,
as far
it's-
as memberships are concerned. But they're
100%.
here now on the mat together, and they're so evenly matched. So really, it doesn't. We're talking about
Doesn't
the
always
depth.
matter.
It doesn't always
Mm.
matter. It's about the
How
heart
they
and
do it.
the determination that these athletes have when they come out and perform. It's the real belief in themselves, isn't it?
Golden score.
So it's a golden. This is the first golden score today.
Yes.
So
we normally call it the golden shower.
the golden.
The golden shower.
So this is it, all or nothing. You make a mistake here at this level, and it's all over.
Who do you
So
reckon?
one Shido. Do you know what I would have said right at the beginning? France. But I just see this determination and digging in and real heart now coming from the Slovenian. He has really, he's kept his composure. He's just kept digging away till he got the draw, and he's just kept that pressure now continuing. And I think, based on performance overall, I would then now change my mind to Slovenia. Trebovic.
I think the Slovenian, due to the fact is he's got an engine, but he can get caught at any time. He's open.
And that's the joy of the sport, isn't it? You can never underestimate anybody in this competition. And that's the difference with this sport to something like athletics and that, because when you go out and do a run, you know what your times are. So you've got a rough idea where you should be coming, unless you have a
Yeah.
false start or you trip over on the hurdles or something like this. But here, one slip of concentration and it can be all over for you.
And the
So a
Frenchman
Hugo,
drove.
the Kochigak.
I don't know who it's going to be though. Frenchman drove him over, but don't know at the moment.
Oh,
I
so
don't know.
well, they're going to hold back on this.
I think it's going to be no
I
score.
don't know if we can get a repeat on that. As you can see there. Oh, so France, it was the Makakomi
Yes.
that did it. Obviously, it was initiation, it was a counter-attack, and France takes the bronze medal of the men's 60 kilos. That's the first bronze medal for France. And the Slovenian will be absolutely devastated. He had a great performance throughout the day, a 5th place, well deserving of this young man. And but sadly, there's only one medal in this half that goes out, and now we're looking for the second bronze medal on the second half of the draw.
This will be a good fight coming up. The Belgium versus the Hungarian.
Senna wins of Belgium.
He
He's
has-
Belgium champion, 24 years of age, this young man. And Bojan of Hungary. Now, Hungary's got to be the favourite for me, again, based on today's performance.
I think fighting both of them and feeling both of them, the better judoka is definitely the Belgian, but Hungarian just know how to win, and they do graft. So it's going to be a tight match coming up.
Well, you know, the Belgians have done very, very well today. They've had a great performance. The whole team has been very, very strong. And we have Van Gasbeck, who will be in the bronze medal fight for the men's 66. And we've also got in the final, the Fevere. So there's some real depth there in Belgium.
They're a strong team, them three together. They travel everywhere together. So
But they did that one stage with the women. The women's was such a close team, and they just travelled the world.
Yeah.
And the results that they got was absolutely amazing for such a small nation for judo.
Definitely, 100%.
Representing Hungary, Laszlo Bozsán.
So a great start there from the Hungarian. Really dominating, taking control of this match. Wonderful Niwaza transition there. Tying up that head, looking to put the pressure on the neck, as well as taking that leg out. Very uncomfortable indeed. Bit premature in that mate, I would have thought.
Definitely.
I think there was a lot of
There could have
action
been
still
more.
going
There
there.
could have been more to do.
Yeah.
Still reckon the Belgians got a throw in him.
Well, definitely, the team overall today has performed extremely well. So they are very well prepared for this event. But as we know, the Hungarians are strong. Very, very strong indeed. And Bozsán, he's had
his fair share of tournaments.
He's had a really good performance today, right from the beginning. He has performed so well. So he's on form today. Oh, and a gutsy entry there. The Sumigesh. But it's gone horribly wrong for him there. And Osakami being called, but can he maintain it? Oh, goodness me. Well, he was very lucky there, the Hungarian. Very lucky. And again, another sacrifice technique into the groundwork.
It's hard because he's really good at sucking you in, the Belgium, and countering you. He's really good at it.
Yes. So you believe right now what we're looking at is the Hungarian being drawn in by the Belgium. Looking what for the Niwaza? Because it seems to be very...
Literally for the throw, he's really good at countering. He's really good at a second attack. For example, holding him down after he does that.
Yeah, the aerial awareness from the actual throw,
Definitely.
knowing exactly where he is in what position to be able to counter-attack it into the Niwaza.
He's really good at it.
No, very silly position to be in. It looked quite childlike going into a ball position and very defensive down there. Which we know, even with our youngsters, that when we teach them is to be on your back as the strongest, because you can see and use your arms and your legs to be able to control. When you go into a ball situation, you can see nothing.
You don't really know where they're coming
especially
from or how
when
they're
someone
attacking.
is so strong as this Belgium. So the referee getting them to tidy up, and we said this earlier on, the advantage of someone's loose kit
is really strong.
Is at that percentage that can make a difference. So Hungary still leading with the Yuko on the board, 1 Shido to Belgium, but it still is very, very close. You couldn't really predict how this is going to go.
Looks like hold down's going to begin.
Well, it's looking more and more like it, isn't it? There's just got that ankle and no more.
I think the referees could give it a bit longer on the ground.
He is very, very quick to
yeah.
make a decision, isn't he? And there has been
They
some
do
really
say if,
good news.
if it doesn't progress at any stage, then they sure should stop it.
Yeah, it should be a mate situation. But we saw that there was a little bit of light coming there. That ankle, it was getting close to coming out.
It's 2 minutes left.
And the Hungarian's still piling the pressure on. There's the Sangakut, and he's looking like he's going for the turn, so he has to go right over the top. Or maybe if he takes the furthest leg apart and draws him over his body, is most probably. But the head's just slipping out there, as you can see. It's not tight enough, but he's trying to draw his opponent over the body. But again, there was action there. It didn't look like a mate situation from this angle.
This is why it's always good to have the cameras watching. Like before, you only had 3 refs, couldn't really see everything, but the cameras don't lie, so.
Exactly, and that makes it much more reassuring for the athletes themselves. You're getting the true result at the end of the day. If in doubt, you go to the monitor. As you can see from here, the Sangaku nice and tight. And I think that's just more of a lure to get him into the Niwaza and the clock to tick away, a tactical move.
Definitely, but it definitely did shove the Shido.
Yeah, definitely there. But 1 minute and a Yuko on the board, 1 Shido to 2. Again, another tactical lure into the ground. And
tactically,
he's playing a good game.
He's doing a real good game. That's like I said, he is exactly like Repechage. He drops on his back and does simulation. But this is what I mean about.
Now, really, for the Belgium to be down in that, unless he sees that opportunity staring him in the face, it's most probably not the wisest thing to do with seconds on the clock. 26 seconds and he's rolling around and the clock is ticking away. And the Hungarian will be quite happy with that. But that leg looks to be slipping. Oh, goodness me. Oh, yes, that's what you'll love to see. Is it an Osakomi? No, but see, that's the chance you take, isn't it? 25 valuable seconds were spent down in the Niwaza, and the Hungarian obviously delighted with that performance. Takes the bronze medal home to Hungary. And Belgium the 5th place.
So Hungarian took the bronze final against now the Polish.
Now we've got the
against
final,
Austria.
yes. So we've got the final now of the men's 60 kilos. Repechage obviously got to be the favourite. Olympic silver medalist back in 2008, junior European champion and also world medalist. So on paper, strongest, but we are talking about 2008, and there's been a long career. He's 31 years of age. That's probably one of the older athletes in this tournament, definitely in this weight category, I would have thought.
Weight category.
Yeah. And we have Kel Basinski of Poland, and he's in the blue. So we have just coming up the final of the men's 60 kilos. Austria in white, Poland in blue. And I think the favourite, just on past results and really on performance today as well, the maturity and the experience of this Austrian has been quite dominant and within the weight category today. So he's got to be the top favourite, hasn't he?
I think he's really done good to just still be around, and he's not young. He's good, and the experience behind him should take him to win the gold today, if I'm being honest.
Yes. The atmosphere is lovely, isn't it? There's a lot of people that have come out to support this event, and it's created a real warm, supporting feeling, hasn't it?
Definitely.
From Austria, Ludwig Eicher. And the blue judo team, silver medalist at this year's European Couples Meeting, representing Poland, Lukas Kiełbaszewski.
So Pesha in white from Austria. Kiełbaszewski of Poland in the blue. A real battle for grips. A great entry there from the young man from Poland as he drops in for that low Tayatoshi. Very lively on his feet there, but as we know, the calculation of the Austrian as he draws in, he bides his time and he lures him into his position and his pace of match, doesn't he?
Definitely.
He doesn't rise to getting agitated or
the overhead
frustrated.
grip, and he loves the sumigation. So hopefully we'll be seeing that soon. And I think that's the technique probably you'll be scoring with today in the finals here.
Good strong grip there. And Sumigation as he comes in. Again, a good attack, very strong, moving his opponent. If you just joined us, I'm Loretta Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to Glasgow for the Glasgow European Open. And I'm delighted to say joining me is Ashley McKenzie, Olympian.
Hello, everybody who's just joined.
Zangaku there, or Wazari scored for Pesha.
Upon. Told you.
Right, so Austria takes the gold medal, Pesha the title of the European Open champion here in Glasgow. And more or less predicted that. 90 athletes competing over 2 days, and we're watching the first day of this tournament with the men's 60s, 66 and 73s. And we've just witnessed a gold medal won by Austria, Ludwig Pesha, to add to all the other medals that he's got, his Olympic medals, his world medals. And now European Open Glasgow title.
Champion.
So we're now going to be coming on to the men's 66 kilo category. Now this will be very exciting because we're from Great Britain. We've got Colin Oakes that's in the final. So this will be very exciting indeed. And fingers crossed and toes crossed for this young man. He's had a great performance throughout the day.
So ladies and gentlemen, to our next bronze medal contest for the men's under 66 kilos. Please welcome our fighters into the arena.
So Casillas Roca of Spain in the white gi. Zagrodnik of Poland in the blue. This is the repechage final, the first top half of the draw of the men's 66 kilos. Carlos Casillas Roca, Spain white. Paweł Zagrodnik of Poland in blue.
In the white judo team, representing Spain, Carlos Casillas Roca. And in the blue judo team, 2012 Olympian, representing Poland, Paweł Zagrodnik.
I'm going to go for Poland.
Well, this young man, Carlos,
He's been on
he's
form
had
today, isn't he?
he's had a good day. He really has, and
has.
every match he's got stronger and stronger. So I really wouldn't write this young man off.
I just think the experience that the Polish has
Definitely.
been through
On paper,
should be enough, because if I'm being honest, I have not seen this Spanish guy around. I think this may be one of his first tournaments. But he's done amazing.
you know, he's had a great day. He really has. He's had a fantastic performance today. Oh, yes! That was it, Bon. Well, that was as sweet as a nut, that was. That was a fantastic display of judo.
And that's what he did to
Wonderful
me
performance.
in the world
And did he do
teams.
exactly so? So that's bringing it all back, those emotions and everything of how that
I
felt.
might just shed a tear now.
Oh, let's see if we can see that once more. It was so quick, but let's see how that bronze medal was won for Poland. Well, hopefully they'll come back to it. You couldn't not but repeat that. That was just
That was
an
amazing.
absolute throw of the day. It looked like a rotation through, the head popped out, and he just drove his opponent back onto his back. All upper body movements. There was no
definitely
legs involved at all. It was all arm movements.
And to our second bronze medal contest in the men's under 66 kilos. Please
So we've got the second bronze medal final of the men's 66 kilos. We've got Flicker of Israel in the white and Van Gasbeck of Belgium in the blue. Now Van Gasbeck has been on form like all the Belgium athletes today. They've had an outstanding day out.
Definitely a day out from them.
And for me, I know they just missed out on the last bronze medal for the 60 kilos, but just for me, I think this bronze medal could go to Belgium.
Again, I've not
The
seen this
Israelis are
Israeli
strong.
around. But
Problem is with Israel that they have national service.
yes,
So they do very, very well as Germans. As juniors, they build right up to the point that they have to do national service. Now, I was working in Israel a couple of years ago, and this was the problem that a lot of the coaches had, is that they work with their athletes and they build them up to the level where they go into the transition of under 23, but that's their national service, and they
Yeah.
have to do that. So they lose them. They lose the contact
They lose them to the army. And
to the
stuff like
army, and then they have to restart again and reboot it all over again. So this is the
that. Hopefully he's finished.
they
his
have a
service.
gap. They do
What
have a
age
gap.
do they finish? Or
I think it's round about the 23 mark, but it's something like 3 years that they have. And
Have to
yes,
do.
they do train and they are very fit, but they do lose contact with their personal coaches and their clubs. So they lose that identity. And
it's quite hard to come back.
it
from
is.
that,
It's
isn't
very.
it?
And
It's like a little
coaches are
break.
coaches are very frustrated with that. But there is ways of communicating and keeping the rapport with them as an athlete. There's obviously we have internet now, and there's this big thing of internet sort of training and programming and things like this, so you can keep all that going and the rapport that you have as an athlete. But obviously it's not the same as a day-to-day face-to-face
And doing what you
program.
need to do with your coach personally as well.
Yeah, the personal interaction
Yeah.
is something that's
It's one
missing
of the
for
main
some of these
things
athletes.
in judo, personal coach is probably your best friend when it comes to judo, because he knows what you do or she knows what you do every day, day in, day out. And when you lose that for 3 years, it's quite hard to come
Yes,
back at any level.
It's difficult because you do miss that. If you rely on that heavily, then it's a major disruption in your preparation for any event, isn't it? When you lose your personal coach
Definitely.
and your personal identity of your club. And there is that sort of club that does play a major part. And yes, clubs you can outgrow on the mat, but you don't outgrow your club coach and
definitely not.
contact. But you can outgrow your club as far as your performance
Yeah,
in
you can
the
obviously get
randori,
better than
and you
all
need
of
to go
them and-
internationally to get that performance. But you don't lose your identity as as a person of your club. And
That
that's
was a
really
counter.
important.
It's a good match, tight.
Very,
Still
very
didn't know which
close.
way he's going to go yet. One of the surprising results today was the Israeli 73s.
Oh, yeah.
Ranked number 1. Come back from, if I'm right, Belarus, last World Cup.
Yeah.
Won it.
And how is it? I didn't actually get to see that much, so all right. Oh, Mookie Sagi, yeah.
He won the last World Cup. Don't know what it is. I think it was. But yeah, today the Czech boy
Just
beat him, stole it from him straight away, first 15 seconds. That's what judo does.
But then the Czech is very, very strong indeed. So it was a very tough draw, and looking at it now, when you look at Katsumi, again, a strong lad. The Italian, Maloney, strong again. So you just think in the first 4, you've got 3 really strong athletes in there.
And that would be under the 73s category.
Very, very tough draw that was indeed for Mookie. But sometimes there's got to be in your preparation, it's your peaking phase, isn't it? It's what you're actually training for and what you want to peak for.
100%.
And maybe it's not this he wants to peak for, it's maybe another one of the Grand Slams which is coming up, and there's quite a few in Asia that's coming up quite shortly. So maybe that's his target.
Hopefully. It's hard to peak, but some are so good they just use it for training tournaments.
And some of these training tournaments are just so strong.
Yes.
So strong, because I think everybody seems to have the same idea. And the problem is now it's the world ranking. You have to fight to get your world ranking. If you don't have a world ranking, you can be just thrown in the pot. You can get anybody. It's just, it's
100%.
the luck, isn't it, of what you draw.
That's the problem we have with, I think, 90s, Fraser and Jürgen. First fight.
Yeah.
2 Brits, first fight.
2 Brits.
Haven't really gone to much ranking tournaments. First fight in their
And it's the luck of the draw.
their
That's
own
all it's
country.
down to. So Van Gansbeck dominating this match with 1 minute and 23 seconds left. A real battle for grips here and trying the domination there. Another drop, but not as convincing there. A little bit of a panic there, I think.
1 minute left.
So Shido being awarded on a very poor attack there, so that's 1 Shido each. But 1 minute left in this match. With a Yuko on the board for Belgium, Van Gabis. And again, he's under pressure now. He's leading with a Yuko, and he's really now dropping very poorly, and he's going to pick up another Shido here. So that's 2. We're still just under a minute left.
It's really hard in this kind of situation. Been in it many times. Tried to keep, but like I said already, the French are really good at it. Trying to control and manage a fight.
Without looking negative.
Without looking negative. Just doing enough we need to do to look that 1 step positive than your opponent.
And it is an art on its own, isn't it? It is something you have to train.
Definitely.
You have to really know how much you can do without threatening your position. And Van Gansbeck looking for the knee wazzer, and as he knows the seconds are ticking away, and that's the best place for him to be, really. His knee wazzer is superb. He has really good awareness down in the ground. So it'll be a comfortable position for him. For Flicker, he really has to now get that score back. He can't really rely on the Shidos. So with 8 seconds left, and it's looking like Belgium will take the second bronze medal in this men's 66 kilo category.
He's running towards him. It's going to be a risky throw. No.
What makes me, it frustrates me when you think seconds on the board and then they decide to just pick up the pace and go for it. Why don't you do that, sort of giving yourself a real chance? If you're going to all or nothing, if it's an all or nothing situation, you're losing. You might as well do it within the minute, giving yourself a
100%.
real chance. Because that seconds, if you've got that much energy left, why didn't you do it earlier? I can understand if you're really flopping to the end and you've given 100%.
I think at the same time he's got one Shido, and you just don't want to risk of trying to do any more than you have to do to win the contest. Like risking it at the last minute. You still got a minute. You still can technically beat him. But that 3 Shidos
But
more.
if you think if the Israeli had piled on the pressure in that last minute, he might have dropped a couple of times. He might have totally fell apart. You don't know. He was down a Yuko. He might as well have just given it all or nothing. I think the situation, they've got to realise that you win, you lose by a Yuko, you lose by a point. It's still a loss.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter. It's just go for it. And it would make it so much more exciting.
Take back from
Chasing. Fantastic that was.
Hungry for it.
Really hungry. He's just chasing him all the time. Left the Israeli off guard. Couldn't actually see his opponent coming for him. Catching him right at the back and out of sight. But a great bronze medal. So now we've got what we've been waiting for. Colin Oakes of Great Britain in the white and Jasper Leferre of Belgium again. Very, very strong Belgium.
This should be pretty amazing.
It'll be a good match, this.
Colin's been wanting this for a long time.
Yeah. And what better to do it is on
from the home crowd.
It's been put in Great Britain and with a very, very warm and supportive crowd. You've just joined us, Loretta Doyle, on behalf of the European Judo Union. Welcome to Glasgow for the European Open. And I'm delighted to say joining me is Ashley McKenzie, Olympian of GB team.
Hello everyone. Got Colin on paper once again. He's looking a favourite. He's been doing a couple good results this year. See how it goes.
And we've already got Ashley McKenzie in the fighting position, feet clenched to the ground, bottom on the edge of the seat, ready to give those final pushing movements to help Colin in every way he can.
Come on, son.
As we expect, Colin comes out very cautious indeed. He doesn't rush things. He's very calculating.
Colin's always got a plan. That's the good thing. Colin never goes out there blindsided.
Feverel, very, very strong grip indeed there. Great exchange there as he rotated his opponent to one side and switched it over for the Osota. Maybe left himself a little bit low, but again, Colin doesn't look as if he's flustered at all. He's still he's keeping his composure.
Colin's a very calm fighter.
Very deep thinker, as you can see there, as he's really...
He knows what time he wants and how he wants to do it.
Feverel looking for the Ouchigari. Now he's got himself a little bit knotted up there with the arms crossing.
Looks like he's already getting tired though. And Colin's got energy to burn. That's the best grip.
That's what he wants, is round the back, very deep on that belt. He's very comfortable there.
Here we go, sweep.
Oh, yeah, she was
go.
there.
Again.
Oh, he's got him knotted up there and under a lot of pressure.
Like I said, Colin's got all day to burn. He's slowly cracking him. Sweep's really good.
As she was, is that sticky foot, as they call it, as he holds the foot and breaks the balance of his opponent, Yoko Tominagi there from Jasper.
Jasper is doing pretty good.
He's holding his own there.
Yeah,
he's holding his own.
100%. Thought the fight would have been more easier, but it's easier said than done for those who do judo, know how it feels.
It's that left hand he wants round the back, the cross grip. Again, a nice entry there with the Ouchigari from Jasper.
Can't lie.
I think
shaking on his seat at the moment.
Colin most probably will pick up a Shido possibly there. He is holding back again. We know what he's trying to do. He's been much more calculating and is a little bit slower to react. But he's not going to just throw in an attack just for the sake of throwing it under pressure. He's going to wait until he gets the appropriate grip. And we know when he gets that, it's all over. But has Jasper done his homework? And it looks like he's done a lot of work on Colin. That high collar grip that draws Colin's head down. The Ouchigari, but again, but the awareness that Jasper has. That looked like it was going to be a score for Colin.
That could have been a Yuko to Colin.
Yeah.
And if it is, it's really hard to come back, but we'll see.
So 2 minutes and 18 seconds left in this match. Feels like they've been out there a lifetime.
It will for Jasper.
So Jasper again has got that sleeve grip. He's using the tomai again. But Colin's coming round the leg now, and
come on.
Oh no.
That
now that
something
was
should be done
very
about that.
premature, wasn't it? Because there was action there.
100%.
Ouchigari, he controlled him, he moved him. Now that was a lost opportunity
100%.
there for Colin Oakes. Sadly for him.
That shouldn't have stopped.
Again, that left hand of Collins is free again.
He could
controlling,
use it.
Nice and controlled there. He's got that head. But again, what stops him is the Tominagi. As he's ready to set it up and rotate him around, the Tominagi comes in every time to break it up.
Should be a 100%.
So definitely deserving there. Lefebvre really was trying to lure his opponent and just trying to break up Colin. Every time Colin gets a stronger grip. Oh, yes! Yashibarai and Epon scored, and a fantastic finish for Colin Oakes. Amazing. I wonder if we can see that again. Well, what a wonderful finish from having a fantastic day today. Colin Oakes, well deserving of the gold medal here in Glasgow, the European Open. And the crowd are absolutely delighted. Well, that's woke them all up, isn't it? And put
100%.
Excitement in the air. So we're coming up to the last. Well, I think we're actually going to most probably go along to the first medal ceremony of the 60 kilos. And I know that Ashley needs to get away because he's got autographs to sign and things and people to see and getting ready and
Get ready for the Mobos, you know how it is.
oh, yeah. Stop promoting that. We should be.
What can I say?
Well, thank you very much,
No,
Ashley, for
my
joining us
pleasure.
once again. And I do hope you'll join us again tomorrow.
Yes, hopefully. Thank you very much.
And enjoy your evening.
I will do. Thank
I'll
you.
be watching out on the telly, making sure you behave yourself.
I will be.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony.
What an outstanding fella he is. Ashley Mackenzie, Olympian and great lad. And we wish him well in his career in judo. And he'll join us again tomorrow. Hopefully he'll be fit enough to join us again tomorrow. But the party animal has just turned. So we're going to come to some wonderful moments, and that's the medal presentation of the 60 kilo category. So I'm just going to leave you with a brief moment to watch and celebrate along with these young men. Well deserving medals and places at the European Open in Glasgow.
European champion for 2013, representing Austria, Repechage. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, our Glasgow European Open medalists.
Medals, and what a day they've had. And then we'll be coming along to the last weight category of the day. This is the men's 73 kilo category. And again, we have an opportunity for Great Britain with a bronze medal, Jan. Kozeski. We have Ribbon of Russia in the white. Kozeski of Great Britain in the blue. This is for the bronze medal of the men's 73 kilo category.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to our first bronze medal fight in the men's under 73 kilos. Let's bring our fighters into the arena. In the white judo gi, silver medalist at the Asian Open this year, representing Russia, Igor Rybin. And in the blue judo gi, silver medalist at this year's European Open, representing Great Britain, Jan Gazowski.
So Jan Gazowski of Great Britain in the blue, Igor Rybin of Russia in white. This is for the bronze medal of the men's 73 kilo category. Oh, now lovely throw there, sadly. Just caught Jan. That split second of lack of concentration there, and it's cost him dearly with the Ippon score, but a great throw there for the Russian. And a bronze medal. So sadly for Great Britain, only a 5th place, but still a very well-deserved 5th place. And Russia take the bronze medal with Igor Rybin. So now we're coming up to the second bronze medal match. Zakim of Israel and Katsumi of Germany. Katsumi of Germany in the blue gi.
So ladies and gentlemen, to our second bronze medal contest in the under 73 kilos. Let's bring our fighters into the arena. In the white judo gi, representing Israel, Toma Zakai. And in the blue judo gi, bronze medalist at this year's European Open in Warsaw, representing Germany, Soshin Katsumi.
So this is the second bronze medal fight for the under 73 kilos. Zakim of Israel in the white and Kasumi of Germany in blue. Great control here. Nice entry there for the Israeli. Lovely Uchimata attack. Good strong grip. Kochigari there. Setting his opponent up for the Kochi, switching possibly to the Ochi. There's a Tayatoshi, very, very low indeed. Good combination of attacks. But a lovely Uchimata there. And Ippon, wasn't sure whether he landed there for a Wazari, but the referee gives Ippon. But this angle, it did look like a Wazari. You can see that again. Lift it. Oh, no, it was more of a bridge, so Ippon would have been scored. So that was a great finish for Zakim of Israel, who takes the second bronze medal for the men's 73 kilo category, and Kasumi 5th place of this tournament. So we're now coming up to the last final of the day. In the men's 73 kilo category, Regis of Italy in the white, and also from Italy in the blue, Maddaloni, who's had a fantastic entry today. I think he scored won every match for Ippon. So I think the favourite's got to be Maddaloni, Marco. But again, two from the same country, and it's going to be a very tough match indeed, because both athletes know each other so very well. And we have the referee is Elaine Downs, international referee from Great Britain. It was a delight to work with Elaine in our last international European Championships, Junior European Championships, where she was only one of 3 women to represent the EJU as the international referees. So an outstanding feat. Not many women become at this level of refereeing, more and more each time, but Elaine has had a really steady performance throughout. Fantastic referee, and is here in the final with the 73 kilo category. Regis, Italy in white, Maddaloni blue in Italy. Tomanagi attempt there. Pressure on that edge there. Maddaloni drawing his opponent off the mat, but Shido will be awarded to Regis. Putting the pressure on slightly to White. Maddaloni looking the stronger of the two, is showing an entry there of the Uchimata Tayatoshi. As we know, Maddaloni is a big thrower. It's been exciting to watch throughout the day. An air of excitement to wonder what he's going to do in this final. But as I said, when they're two from the same country, it makes it very, very tough indeed. So now it's accumulation of the Shidos now. So it's again one each, which puts Regis in a much more vulnerable position with 2 Shidos on the board now. Again, Uchimata attempt. Another big throw, but an entry to it, but just losing a little bit of control. Tomanagi attempt there from Regis. Again, always advancing forwards. Maddaloni looking the more dominant and controlling of this match, but they're attempting a drop Sianagi, looking very poor indeed. Unnecessary attack. And Shido being awarded the 3rd one to Regis. One more would result in a Hansokimaki, and it would be nice to see what we've been witnessing throughout the day. Maddaloni finishing this with a big score rather than the Hansokimaki. A little bit more excitement for us all here. And some inspiration for these youngsters that are out in the crowd watching this fight as I speak. So 2 minutes and 14 seconds, 3 Shidos on the board for Regis, not looking very good for him, and this could be another Shido been awarded. Well, it's going to the other side, so that's 2-3. And a possibility of the... Well, it's coming very close indeed for Regis. If he continues this pace and this performance, he could be looking at his final Shido and a Hansokumaki. Not one of the prettiest fights we've seen today. Definitely not one of the most exciting ones. But this is what we really do seem to expect when you've got 2 athletes from the same country. Must admit, a little bit disappointed in Maddaloni as he has performed so well throughout the day and he's been such a big thrower. Very exciting to watch. But this is a little bit... This has dampened it slightly, this final. And as you can see in the faces of the athletes out there, the children out there watching this fight, they're just waiting for that big throw. So with 1 minute and 15 seconds to go, and I think the last Shido is going, and it does, to Regis, who gets the red card, and Hansokumaki, but takes the silver medal. So Maddaloni Marco takes the title of European Open champion for Glasgow. Silver medalist goes to Regis André. So no, definitely not one of our prettiest fights or exciting ones indeed, but I suppose something we expected being from the same country. So, but that was the last final and the last fight of the first day of this European Open. And it's been some exciting performances, and I do hope that you will join us tomorrow at 10 o'clock here in the UK, Western European time. That'll be 11 o'clock, where we'll be watching weight categories 81, 90, under 100 and plus 100. So I do hope you'll join me then. And on behalf of the European Judo Union, thank you for logging in, and I hope you've had a wonderful day, as much as I've enjoyed it being in this seat watching these performances. And we'll have some more special guests tomorrow, hopefully Gemma Givens, Olympic silver medalist from the GB team. Dr. George Kerr, hope that he'll be able to give us some of his time, as well as most probably Ashley Mackenzie again, and possibly a couple of chances to get some of our youngsters out here that have come along to be inspired with some wonderful judo and the future of most probably British judo. So please join me tomorrow at 10 o'clock local time, Western European time 11, for the final day of the Glasgow European Open. Thank you and goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the under 66 kilos will now take place. Silver medalist, representing Belgium, Jasper Faber. Gold medalist and Glasgow European Open champion for 2013, representing Great Britain, Colin Oates. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, our Glasgow European Open medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's under 73 kilos will now take place. To present these medals, we welcome former EJU Executive Member Mr. Denzel White and British Judo Association Chief Executive Officer Mr. Andrew Schooler. Bronze medalist, representing Israel, Toma Zakai, and representing Russia, Igor Rikin. Silver medalist, representing Italy, Andrea Repechage. Gold medalist and Glasgow European Open 2013 champion, representing Italy, Marco Mazzoni. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, our Glasgow European Open medalists. Please will the athletes come together for